This video is brought to you by the EA Creator Network. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the channel. So today I'm here with my sim self, which as per usual means one thing: it's long play time. I'm very excited because today's long play is going to be a more rundown family countryside home, I guess you could call it. It's a bit more on the rural side, so I think that's gonna be super fun. So I'm here in the world of Chesnut Ridge, and my sim is dressed a little bit more western. So if this sounds like something you're interested in watching, then make sure you grab yourself a drink, a snack, a blanket, get comfy, and let's get into it. Alright, so the lot I'm building on today is called Champion's Grove, again in the world of Chesnut Ridge. This is the world that the horse trainer lives on. I think her name's Sienna. But this is the lot. It's a 30 by 20. And so I did find a reference picture, which I may or may not have put at the start. I'm not entirely sure just yet. It doesn't really show like the front of the building, so I'm mainly building this based off of vibes more than anything. But I think that's okay, because sometimes the best builds are built with vibes instead of just like a direct copy of a photo, you know? So I think this will be a fun little experiment. I'm also trying to figure out what lighting's going to be best. I mean, I'm kind of building from this angle right now, so this is kind of nice, but not exactly what I want. But I think I'll stick with the afternoon for now, because I really like the color of the world in this light. I think it's really pretty. So it's a very simple kind of shell, like there really isn't much going on, but I'm going to try and make it more interesting with, I guess, like wallpapers and textures and things like that, and we'll see how that turns out. It's kind of a longer house going, I guess, hot dog way, hamburger, long ways, I don't know. I'm gonna try and keep the photo up in the top corner somewhere, or bottom corner, I'm not sure yet, just so you guys can see the reference as I'm building. A couple of you have recommended I do that, and so I think that's what I'll do for this one, if I can remember. But then that way you don't have to like jump back and forth to, like, I don't know, the 2 seconds I have the reference photo up for. I think it'll be a lot easier to do it this way. And so I'm just gonna try and get the shape a little bit more correct. I think maybe something like this could work. I guess maybe I'll just try and go with what I can see for now, and then we will kind of freestyle after I have the base of it down. But I know for a fact there's like these 2 main bump outs with these roof pieces, so we'll do that. And then we'll also have to do the roof here. So in case you're wondering, for chimneys that look like this, and then they have the little diagonal section there, you can actually take this half gabled roof, put it on the little tile that you want, and then make it a 1 by 1, and then bring in all these half adjusters here, and then you can raise it with this top arrow and kind of figure out the height you want. I think I'm gonna go something a little bit lower just based off of the photo. I think that's good. And then you can take this here and rotate it and put it there, and there you have like a little chimney. So I think that's gonna work. And then there's also this fence that's kind of running back here. I'm just gonna use a like actual fence, I guess, instead of a debug fence for now, just because I just want to get the placement correct. Now, my interpretation of this fence is that it would lead to a backyard, but given the space that I have, I think I'm gonna treat it more like it's fencing in this yard, if that makes sense. So instead of it going backwards like this, the way I think it might, and extend this way, I'm gonna bring it forwards and have it be like the front yard, I guess. I'm not sure if I'll bring it crossing over the front though. I kind of want to leave that empty. And I think we got some new swatches added. Yeah, see, there's like these more worn swatches now, which we didn't always have before, where I guess either like the stain or the paint is kind of chipping off, so those are very nice. Then we also have these ones. I think this might be in the color scheme I want to go for, so I'm gonna try that. I'm also not sure if I want to connect it to this wall or not, and I actually think I am gonna keep this on a medium height instead of a short wall height, because I'm going to use a platform instead of a foundation, just based on the photo I'm looking at. So it's something like this, and then we'll deal with like the front and the side after. I just kind of want to get this shot kind of figured out, I guess, to match the reference photo as best I can. Now we're gonna need a car. The car that's in the photo is not something that we really have in the game, so I'm just gonna kind of pick one that I think works. I like this one because it matches the colors, but it's like way too short and I guess cartoonish. So maybe we could do like a truck like this, or we could also maybe use a truck from Cottage Living because they have some really nice ones. I think there's also a couple that come as like, I guess, dusty versions, like this one here, or maybe even this like black one. But this one looks a little bit dated. I definitely think that's one of the older ones. Like these ones have a lot more detail going on, so I feel like one of these could work. I'm kind of leaning towards the orange one right now, but that is subject to change. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it like this. My fear is just that if I pick a truck that's like this, it might be more farm than family home. So I think maybe I'll just try this for now. And I'm also just trying to think about if the spacing is good here. I might move, well actually if this is just fencing in the front yard, I guess I could move this back and extend this back bump out some more, because I do think it needs to be a little bit longer. So I think we'll try this. And then we have like a whole bunch of trees. It looks like there's a forest in the back, but there, I mean, I have a good chunk of trees on this side, but I would really like to fill in this space. Now I could actually fill in that space with like the tool mod, because that would, if I press Shift T, if you have the tool mod, you'll maybe understand how this works. But then if you hold Alt and click, at least you're supposed to be able to, if you Alt and click on the lot, like it's letting me drag it, but what's the, why won't it just, oh there we go. Okay, you don't I was about to give you a tutorial and apparently I don't even know how to use it. You just click outside of the lot and it will move it. But if you're on the lot and you want to move it a little bit instead of like a whole bunch, you can hold Alt and slowly place it. But if I want to put it on the outside of the lot, I would just click. But I'm not going to do that because you guys won't be able to install, or not install, but if you download this lot, like those trees that I place outside of the lot won't come with it. So I'm just going to try and make it look dense from within the lot, and hopefully that'll work. So because I want to do that, I might bring the house, or well, the lot forward one, because then it will let me have a bit more dimension for the trees that I want to place. I definitely want to put some pine trees. It's not in the photo, and pine trees aren't really in the world of Chestnut Ridge. However, I just think a pine tree, maybe it's because I'm from Canada, I just think a pine tree feels very rural to me. It very much reminds me of like where my cousins live. They are just surrounded by pine trees, and so I feel like I have to add one in. Maybe this one could just go over there, something like that. And then I want a whole bunch on this back side here. I'm just not sure from which pack I want to use. I really like this one from Get Together. I think that's a really nice like medium-sized tree. I wonder what else we could put. There's like this flowering one. I'm not really sure that's the vibe, so I think I'll pass on that. There's these pine trees. I think this one's too blue. Oh, this is the tiniest little tree I've ever seen. That is so cute. This could maybe actually go in like the front yard. There's like a couple little mini trees in this front area that I'm seeing. So maybe I'll just keep that out for now. What else could we use? Cottage Living might have some nice stuff that could work. I really like this pine tree from Snowy Escape. The textures on this are really nice, but I think I'll keep it to the base game one. This is also a really nice tree that could work. Maybe we'll put this back here. We can get a nice bit of color variation here. I almost feel like I need to move the lot forward again, but maybe I'll just do it like this instead. I just don't want to bring the lot forward too much because then I can't put any landscaping here. It doesn't really show landscaping there in my photo, but it's definitely something I would like to add. So I'm going to try and leave it free, and then maybe we can put like a tall skinny tree back there. I'm also liking this little tree here. Oh, maybe we could do this one. Let's see if it clips into the house. Oh, it does, but I think I can rotate it so it doesn't. Okay, perfect. Okay, I think that's looking nice. I really like having a big collection of trees. Kind of wondering if that one's like a little bit too tall compared to the others though, so maybe I'll shrink it a bit. That one's from Werewolves, by the way. Oh, I also really like this one. I think that's really cute. Do I want to use that one instead? It's just a little bit denser, but I kind of like having the variation of a denser versus a more sparse tree. Oh my gosh, why does Werewolves have the most gorgeous trees of all time? I want to use all of them, but it doesn't really make sense for the world that I'm building in because there's already no pine trees in this world, as you can see, so I don't want it to stick out too much. We have these, which could work. I could maybe put a giant like oak tree over here, or maybe I put that in the back. Okay, well, I've kind of got a little forest going on this side, so maybe before I add trees over here on the left, I should figure out the last bit of the shell, because I think I don't want to get rid of all my space before I'm done on the shell. But I think for now, this is like an okay amount of trees. I think I'll probably end up putting a taller one over in this corner. Like I feel like it needs maybe another pine tree or something. Let me actually go back to Werewolves and see if I want to put in any of those. This one could go right here. That's pretty cute. And then maybe just for consistency, we could bring this pine tree back and put it in the corner there. I'm just trying to make sure like the screenshot will look cute. It might need some work still, but I think we can work on the shell for now instead. Okay, so I have this little bump out here. It doesn't look like anything else would come from here. I feel like maybe I could just make it a little bit wider, because that still works. And then maybe on this side we just do like another little bump out, and then maybe we take the same roof and just bring it down here. I don't want to like overcomplicate the shell, because then I think it kind of gets rid of some of the realism, I guess. I was gonna say charm, but I'm not exactly sure that's the word I was looking for. We could try that. I'm wondering if it's maybe a little bit too long right now. Maybe I bring the stairs over. If I bring them here and then bring this in by one. I'm then worried it's a little bit too small. But I guess I could leave this bump out kind of big there, and then there should be a decent chunk of room. And then we can just put our stairs back. Okay, yeah, I think that's better. I think it was a little bit too long before, but if we look at the floor plan, I think we'll be able to get like a decent chunk of stuff in here. So I think that will work just fine. I'm gonna go back into live mode for a second. Oh, that's really pretty actually. Maybe I'll build in this light for a bit, because I think it's got a little bit of a nice glow and whatnot, though it is a little bit overexposed on the side here, but maybe we'll just mess around with it for a bit. I think I'm gonna go in and start adding the wallpapers and whatnot, because that might help it come alive. It's looking like it's the same kind of siding on all of it, except part of it is painted and part of it isn't. And so maybe I use the same wallpaper, but then just on certain parts, like it almost looks like this. And then there'd also be like, it's like a half painted wall there. One day we'll be able to do that. But I guess maybe it'd just be better to like split it like that, but I want to have that same sort of worn paint look, so I'm kind of wondering if there's like ivy I could put that might what's the word, blend or transition the two wallpapers. Like this is too square, but maybe we could like get away with just this or something. I don't know, this might be a bit heavy on the ivy, especially for the front of the house, but this is kind of what I'm thinking. But I'm not like 100% sold on this plank. I wish there was like a bit more contrast between them. So my other thought was, well, either using this is from cottage living, sorry, horse ranch, which I think is very nice and definitely adds that rustic feel. And then I could do like parts of it with this, or my other thought was to use the werewolves one. That one's nice because it kind of looks like the paint is chipping on it already. There's like this white version, but then if you click this one, there's actually a version where you can see some of the brown wood, which I think might work perfectly, because then I could take one of these brown ones and use it as my secondary wallpaper, and then it already looks like it's a bit more transitioned. There is this one as well, but I don't think the wood color's quite the same. Like it's a bit more of a black gray than a brown in here, so I think we'll stick with this brown one. Then I have to decide if I want to try to make it look like only part of it's painted. So maybe we could do something like this. Maybe this whole side bump out is white. Something like that. And then the chimney is some orangey red brick. I think this one from City Living is a bit too clean or perfect looking. I think this brick could actually work really nice. This is just a base game brick, but I think it could actually be quite good. I want to use the one that has this little accented corner, but for certain wallpapers, if you have a room that's one tile wide next to like the other wall, it won't work. But if I made this 2 tiles, then it will show up. So it's kind of annoying because sometimes I just want the corner, but it won't show up if you have like a 1 by any number room. So that's a little bit annoying, but for some reason it works with this wooden one, so I don't know. I wish they would do a little bit of an overhaul on that, because it's kind of annoying that some work and some don't. Like this one works. I don't understand why the other one doesn't. But anyways, we will make it work. We'll try this. And then in terms of roof paints, this one's looking like a metal roof. I was kind of thinking of using the Snowy Escape one, even though it's going horizontal instead of vertical. Another option would be like this worn one from Island Living. That could be really nice actually. Though in the photo it doesn't necessarily look worn, so I could do just like this base game one, or I could go even more worn with the werewolves one, but I don't think that's quite the vibe. I think I might try this Island Living one for here, and then I don't think I want to use it on the main house because I want there to be some variation. Do I maybe actually use this base game one on the back here? I kind of like how grimy it looks. And then maybe on the top roof here, I'm going to switch to the afternoon light for now. I was kind of wondering maybe if I just use Horse Ranch. I could do that, or I could maybe even make it black. From the angle, I can't really see, like the angle's like this, so I can't really tell what the actual roof paint is. So I'm just gonna have to guess. I really like For Rent because they have well, it only applies to some of the roof paint, but you can see that it's a bit, I guess, dirtier on the roof, or a bit more weathered with this one. Or there's like this one, or this one. I really like this one actually. And then there's some more like newer looking ones, I guess. I'm just not sure that any of these fit the vibe. Honestly, I kind of like the red, but this kind of tile doesn't seem like something you would find in this world, you know? Because I think this feels more like North America architecture, I guess. And this is supposed to be Southeast Asia, I believe. I could be wrong. If I am, feel free to correct me. But ooh, now what if I use the Snowy Escape one in red on this roof? That could maybe be an option. That's interesting. I'm not sure if I love the red and brown though. So I wonder about maybe bringing the paint up a little bit more. I am a little bit torn because I think the red could be kind of nice, but maybe it's better if I just go for like a gray. I could even go for a brown. Would it be too much to have 3 different roof paints? Is that a little bit crazy? I can't decide, to be honest. I'm also going for this steeped roof trim. I think I like how that one looks. I like it's kind of like the same, or what you get when you place a roof like right out of the menu. But I like having that little bit of extra detail. Sometimes doing this one just feels a little bit too flat to me. So I've been opting for this one recently, but I understand it's an acquired taste. Or what about this one actually? Beveled out roof trim. I don't mind this. It's kind of nice. I'm going to try and match the roof trim to the roof paint, I think. But also maybe I should just make it white. Again, it's kind of hard to tell with like the lighting or the colors in this photo what the actual roof trim is, but I guess we can try that. For the chimney, I'm gonna try and blend it to be red and look like brick, but we will see if I achieve that. That's definitely too red. That's too big. That's also not right. How about this one? Actually, the brown isn't bad there. That could maybe work. That one's too red. Oops. That one could maybe also work. Or the other option is I just go for like straight up concrete. But I don't think that's the vibes. Okay, let's go back to the Snowy Escape one. It's really coming in clutch right now. But now I'm not loving that it's like 1, 2, 3 of all the same roof paints. So I think I need to get rid of something. And maybe it will be the red on that one. I'll just keep it to gray. Also really trying to figure out if this wallpaper is going to work. I don't want to give up on it yet, but with the way it is right now is not looking too fantastic. So, but I guess it's going to be a trust the process thing. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And I can always change it. I'm going to try and get this platform little deck area sorted. I think this lattice one could work pretty well, actually. I wonder if I want to give it a colored trim, though. What about this green one? I don't know, maybe just the white is fine. And then I'm going to try and adjust the stairs as well. I think Horse Ranch gave us some more weathered wood stairs that I'd like to use. Yeah, that's very nice. The ones I'm looking at are white, so I think we'll go ahead and try that. There's that version, or there's that version. I like the dirtier version. And then we'll change the little side piece there. And then I really love this brick from Horse Ranch, but I'm not sure it makes the most sense on here. I think it should probably just be wood based on the platform and the stairs to make it feel like a real porch, but I'm not sure what would. I guess I could just use the Horse Ranch one actually. That works. I think I'll go long ways. Or we could try this one. Okay, I'm gonna go with that. I think I like that. Do I like this platform paint? I'm actually not sure. I thought I did, but maybe I'd like something a little simpler. Like, I like the lattice, I'm just not sure how I feel about the thick trim because it's really not blending with the floor nicely. But maybe we'll just keep it for now. And then I need to put in a actual fence so that it walls in the porch. I'm kind of wondering about this tall one from Horse Ranch. It's meant to be to like fence in animals, which is why it's a bit taller, but I think since I have the medium wall height, it could work. Once again, with the angle, I can't really tell what the fence is, but I guess we could also try this lower one. And again, I'm trying to find a happy medium between like a family home and like a farmhouse, because I don't want it to just feel like a farm, but I don't want it to just feel like a family house either. So I'm trying to find a good medium with that. What about this cats and dogs one? It's not my favorite, but it maybe could work. This jungle adventure fence is really beautiful, but I think it might be a little bit fancy, I guess, for what I'm going for. Right now I'm liking this one the best, to be honest. It also looks like there's not even a back to this porch. Like, it looks like the stairs might continue all the way through, but I don't think I'm gonna do that. I kind of want to cut off this side of the building, so I think we'll leave it like this. And then maybe now we can try and find a couple of windows. I think I'm really drawn to the window placement in this photo because it feels realistic and also kind of quirky, for lack of a better word, I guess. I need to find a good window that would fit up here though. I like this one, I just don't know if I like the black trim on the inside, if that's what you could call it. I'm not actually sure what that's called. Or maybe I know at one point, but I just don't remember it right now. I'm also looking at these snowy escape windows because they have the perfect amount of like panel situation going on. I'm just not sure if I can get a good color match or not. It looks like all of them have like the white, is it leading? I don't know, like the interior detail, and then the outside matches the wood, but I'm not sure I'm going to be able to find something that specific. I also kind of really like this one from Discover University. That could be nice. There's also a more framed version, which could maybe be fun. I'm not sure if it's a bit too detailed though. Maybe I could go on this little bump out here. That could maybe be cute. I think my other option I was considering was, I mean, honestly, just the base game ones could work. I could merge them to make it more like the actual ones in the photo, so they have the same amount of windows, but I don't actually think that works as well as I hoped it would. Okay, we'll leave that out for now. I can't use it as like a frame, can I? Not really. The only thing about the Snowy Escape ones is that I feel like they're a little bit flat in terms of the surrounding framing bits. I could maybe use these ones from Get Together. Or what else could work? I think maybe this base game window could work for this top bit. Oh, it actually might be a little bit too big. But I feel like it could work somewhere. So I'm gonna keep it out for now as an option. Oh yeah, I was thinking these base game windows could work. We have a couple of different options for them, and then we also have the ones with the shutters. None of what I'm looking at has shutters, but I don't think it would be a bad choice to add shutters. I think it could work. I do really like these ones because they have like a good chunk of detailing, so they feel a little bit more rustic with like those bolts. I'm just worried they're a little bit small, especially on this wall height, because it's such a tall, well, it's medium wall height, but it's taller than I like to build with. Honestly, this Get Together one is kind of speaking to me the most right now. I don't mind this Snowy Escape one by any means, but I'm just not sure it's got enough detailing for my liking right now. Maybe I'll try it like this. I also like the idea of having various sizes of the windows. I think it might make it a little bit more interesting. There is another base game window I think that could work for the upper portion, if I could find it. It has a bit of a different pane style, but I do still think it could look cute. Oh yeah, this one. Okay, I think maybe if we alt place it, it could work. It's maybe I just make the roof a little bit taller, and then we can kind of build the chimney up after, but like that. Oh, it's still kind of touching it's definitely a bit of a tight fit, but I do think it's kind of cute. Okay, I'm not sure if I want to go with that or if I want to do this. Well, actually, oh, okay, I was gonna say there's like no good matching wood color, but maybe we could do that. In the photo, they do look like the same type of window here, so I guess it would make sense. I'm just gonna bring the windows that I'm considering using for something over here, and then we can see. This window is cut off, but it looks like it's another version of this, so maybe I'll take that and just make it the brown again. And then I also need a white door. I think it might be kind of hard to find the door of my dreams because I am on a medium height, so all the small ones will look a little bit awkward. Also, I've been dying to use all this businesses and hobbies windows and stuff, and I was working on a whole build for it when I first got the pack, but then I kind of abandoned it for a little bit because I got really busy with school, and I've just been kind of inspired to build other things instead. But a video will be coming eventually with all this new exterior build items for businesses and hobbies. Yeah, all of the medium wall height doors are like a bit too detailed for what I'm going for. I mean, unless I just make it a straight up shed, but I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be a part of the house, not like a barn or anything. I'm also wondering if maybe I could extend it one more and just have the fence kind of cut it off there. I don't think that's bad, actually. I honestly kind of like it. So let's keep looking for a door. That one's not quite what we're looking for. This one's too handcrafted looking. There's this one. But again, all of these are just so short. But I'm not sure I'm gonna find one that is, I guess, the height that I want. So I might have to stop being picky. Or worst case, I just build like a little platform on this section too. Yeah, all of these are way shorter than I would like. Oh, I like the look of this door. The one I'm looking at is very simple. It doesn't have any windows or anything. Like, it's just a basic white door. It's essentially this, but that's a little bit boring. So I might go with this one instead. And then I also think there's some kind of little storage thing right here that you can see peeking. I'm kind of wondering if maybe I make it like a cellar sort of situation and do it with a roof. I'm gonna see how I feel about that. I can also drag that over. I actually think that's cute. I think I'm gonna try that, and then maybe I can find something to make it look like a handle on it. I guess I could actually bring this over me. It's still a little bit tight, but I can just shift things like that. I wonder if maybe I bring the adjusters down, if that would, it definitely does shorten the look of the wall a little bit, so that could work well. Why is this, oh, this needs to go back. I could go like that. I don't know if I like it like that. I might want to bring it in one. Something like that. Let's see what the size of that on the inside. I think that's okay. I feel like I could put the kitchen there. I think that might be really cute as a kitchen spot. I think I want to change the color of this roof though, because I'm not liking that they're both browny. Like, I want there to be a contrast in color. So perhaps we could go back to this one. It matches this, which I think could work because in the photo I'm looking at, again, I'm saying the photo I'm looking at, but you can probably see it because hopefully I will have kept it in the corner. But these almost look like they were made of the same material. So maybe that could work. Alternatively, I could use like one of the ones from Businesses and Hobbies because I feel like it kind of matches. I'm just not sure the colors are exactly what I want. Maybe I could make it green instead. It's just a bit darker than I was kind of thinking. Or just make it like this concrete. Let me try putting a roof trim on and also seeing if I can find something to act as the handle for this. Oh, I can also curve it in, which I think works well. And I need just like a basic wallpaper to put on the side. I think that's fine. Bring that in. Okay. So we just need something to act as like a little handle for this. I feel like I could shrink down some of these things and have it work. Ooh, maybe like sizing down one of these. But they have a slight curve to them, so that might not be the best option. So I'm going to keep hunting for now. What about like a metal bar like this? Or this one maybe? I'm not sure if this is the matching post or not. I think it's close enough. Are those lined up? Oh, not at all. Okay, we'll do this one. This one isn't too bad, actually. Does it kind of look like a handle or not so much? I feel like it looks a little bit weird. I think you can tell it's like something sized down. I just need like something very simple, like 3 pieces of wood. Right. This one has a plant, so that's not gonna work. Oh, what about using something like this? I can size that down. I mean, that looks like a handle. I think that could pass. Okay, I'm gonna leave it like that for now. I do want to center it a bit more though. I think there's probably good enough. Okay, I like that. I think that works. I mean, I guess the other option would be to use one of these awnings. Like I could just use something like this. That actually might look better instead of my janky thing. This looks like it could open up. Like those almost look like knobs. So I might use this one here from Island Living. I'm gonna take a look at the other ones though. Just scope it out. Ooh, this Seasons one is actually kind of perfect. Oh, I think that's good. I'm gonna go with that one instead. Now the question is, do I put my little handle back? Or is it going to look a bit silly? Okay, it was this thing, and then I sized it down, and then I rotated it. Okay, it wants to clip to the wall, so I'm just going to use the tool mod to drag it in. Oh, except actually, I'm doing that, and I haven't even rotated it the right way. Okay, do it like that, click it, and then holding Alt, I'll just drag it in. I need to lower it a little bit. Okay, now that looks like a handle. Perfect. I think that is exactly what I want, and I think it looks pretty good. So we're gonna keep that. Unsure about this window situation. I kind of think I could use something a bit wider or taller like this, but it might not fit well. I could maybe put that there and then have a little one here. I don't know if then I'm adding too many windows. Well, we can try that. I'm not sure I'm loving this tree. Let me just put it over there for now. And it looks like there's some kind of, I think it's like the temperature control thing on the outside of the house. I don't have that in The Sims, but we do have some electrical boxes. We have one from For Rent and then one from the Restoration Workshop kit, which maybe I'll use that one just because I haven't really used it. This is the For Rent one. Put that there, and then we'll look for the workshop one. Also, I am seeing an air conditioning unit, so I'm just going to put that there before I forget. And I think we'll want a couple of pipes as well, but maybe I can hold off on that. I think I'm jumping the gun a little bit. I'm not sure where the restoration one is located, so I think maybe I'll filter by pack and see what comes up. Okay, so I'm just filtering by pack. Oh, here it is. But I just don't know where it's kept. So maybe I'll eyedropper tool it and see. It's in activities and skills. I guess that's because it's open and like your Sims can actively work on it. I don't know if I want to have an open one on the side of my house, so I might just go with the for rent one instead. Oh, this is a very funky swing set. I haven't looked at that, but that's cool. Then we also have a couple of water heaters, but I'm not sure if I'll use that on the outside of this house, so I'm just gonna leave that for now. I want to take the drain pipes from businesses and hobbies because those are my favorite item ever, and I feel like we could use some of those to make it almost look like what's beside this electrical box. Maybe I'll do this one, and then I'll also, actually maybe I could do another tall one. Do I like if it's going over the window? I'm not sure it's my fate. Maybe I'll bring the window in. And then in terms of the coloring, I think maybe I'll do this brown one. There's not a white version. I could use the get together ones, but I like these ones a lot more, so I think I'm gonna keep that and see how we fare. The more I look at this, the more I'm thinking this porch bit is actually centered a little bit, because it looks like the door is here and then there's like two windows to the left of the door, so maybe we'll shrink it a little bit. But I think I'm gonna go ahead and stop the recording here for now, and then I will come back and tomorrow or something and we'll start again. Alright, it is now the next day and I'm going to pick up where I left off if I can remember where that was. I'm pretty sure I was trying to figure out the windows. Right now I'm trying to figure out the lighting. Don't know why it's so bad right now. Maybe we could start work on the front of the house. I'm gonna bring this wallpaper down a bit because I think having it split the wall in half doesn't look too great. So we can try that. I really like these windows. So I'm wondering if I use those and then maybe the more detailed ones on the side. Let me take a close-up look at them. Yeah, I think those are pretty nice. The basing ones are also nice, but I think maybe the sizing's a little bit awkward. So maybe I'll take that out. I feel like this would be a good bathroom window if I could put that somewhere. I'm not loving the matching windows there, so maybe I do end up going with this one. Put it right there. I think this would go higher. Based on the photo, there's about 4 windows on each floor on this side, but that might be a bit much if I use these ones, just because these windows are a bit on the larger side, so I'm not sure how I feel about that. I mean, I don't think it's the worst, but I do kind of think it could be better, so I'm just gonna delete it for now. We could try these ones again, I guess. These are a bit skinnier, so they might fit the house a bit better. I think we'll go with this brown swatch. Like this, maybe? I can't tell if I like that or not. I just think with this many windows, it's kind of repetitive looking. This is kind of hard. I don't know what I could use instead. I think these windows from Growing Together are too new looking for what I'm going for. This. These ones don't come with like individuals without the shutters, but I could maybe just try. Oops, I deleted the wall instead. I could try this instead. If I do 3, though they do look a little bit fancy with this top detailing there, so I feel like if it didn't have the top detailing that could work. But alas, there is no version without that. So honestly, what if I tried the businesses and hobbies ones? They're like really large though. And I don't know if it's too big. I'd maybe go with them if they had a better dark swatch, but I don't think those are quite what I want. If I used these get together ones, and also maybe I just do 3 windows instead of 4, because I'm kind of thinking the 4 is overkill just for the size of this build. I mean, I think that could be cute. Let me try and get a door, and then we can kind of evaluate. That one's too fancy. Again, I can't see the door, so I'm just kind of guessing. But maybe we'll go for more of like a suburban home looking door. If I could find one, that is. No. Oh, maybe this season's one actually. In white, maybe? Just scooch it over a bit. It could maybe work. I'm kind of thinking this fence is too tall now. There's also this one, because I kind of think it might be a single tile door. Now we're breaching on like cottage territory if we do that, which is not exactly what I'm going for. I'm not sure what's going to be the best option. I don't think I want the stone trim. Oops. How do I feel about this one? I like that this one's got a little bit of dirt to it, but again, it's too cottagey. Probably because it's from cottage living. What about a door like that? Or maybe just something simpler like this, even? I think maybe that's the best we're gonna get for right now. Because I'm still not sure I want to do a double door. I guess there's also this base game one here. I think this one might be a bit too skinny for what I'm going for. Okay, the more I look at these windows, the more I don't like them, so I'm gonna get rid of them. I'm really struggling to find a window that's kind of exactly what I'm looking for, but I guess that's to be expected. I'm gonna try going back to the, oh wait, maybe I try this one. I was gonna say I'm gonna try and go back to the Snowy Escape ones, but I also wonder about maybe using this base game one instead. Where are the Snowy Escape ones though? Yeah. Let's take a look at this, and then we'll try those base game ones if this doesn't work. Again, I just think these are really small for the window, or not window height, but the wall height I have going on. And the wood tones don't match the best. I mean, not the worst, but not the best. It's okay, but once again, not my favorite. Okay, we'll go with these base game ones for a second, and then actually, I think these might be the preferred option for me right now. I just think that maybe these are a good medium between suburban or like rural family home versus like a farm kind of house. So I think that could work. I don't know if I like the idea of them all, like not all being the same color. I'm kind of torn on that. I could make this one white with like a brown interior, maybe. Just add a little bit of cohesion. Maybe I put it on this side as well then. Would I put it up here too? I don't want to use too much of all the same window because then I think it's kind of boring looking. Maybe we use a more country or rustic looking window on this section here. I like that get together one, but there is a smaller version of it, I believe at least. Ooh, also, what if instead of this one, because it like barely fits, we put the cottage living one? I think that could work. Also, sorry for the pause. I was listening because I thought it started raining, but I'm in the basement, so typically I can't hear that, so I thought it was my lucky day, but I think it is not. Okay, the other option is to use these base game windows. Those aren't bad. What would it look like on the front of the house? Honestly, that could be nice to have a bit of variation, like if these the bottom ones were different than the top ones. I might try that, and I think we'll delete this one perhaps for now. And then I think maybe once we start doing all the detailing, it'll start to come together. It's always kind of hard to judge in this state because it's still in the trust the process phase. Oops. So I can't make the door completely centered if I wanted to, but the question is, do I want to? I think I will. It looks off-centered in the photo, maybe. In the photo there's 4 windows, like I said, and it looks aligned with like the second window in. But since I'm doing 3, I guess I could align it like this. This fence needs to change because it's really blocking my view. But what to change it to? I have another horse ranch fence I could use, but I'm not sure that's what I want. I could do something more rickety like the werewolf's fence, but again, not what I want. Also, why did my AC unit go all the way up there? Okay, I don't want to have that center, so I'm going to push that off to the side, and we're going to pick one of the more worn swatches. I think we'll do this one with the brown, and continue the hunt for a fence. I don't think this one's necessarily bad, this horse ranch one, but I feel like it's kind of creeping on too rustic and less like family home. Maybe maybe that one could work actually. That looks very like suburban. Okay. I think I like that. And then I'm pretty sure I'm happy with all these windows. I don't know if I want this version that has the little detailing on the bottom, or if I want to go with the more simple version. This one here. I think I'll go with the simpler version. And maybe I'll use this on all the sides for now. Might change eventually, but I think for now it's okay. And I think, oh, I guess I should put some windows on this side as well, probably. Maybe we can put like one here and one here. See, but now it's looking a little too symmetrical on this side, but perhaps it's okay. Maybe I just get rid of this one window there. We'll see what happens with the floor plan. I might have to adjust these all anyways. And I think I will keep this base game one here. What does this one have? It has that same worn green one, which I really like. I wish there was more of those versions in the other swatches from the For Rent pack. Do I want to use this anywhere? I'm not sure. Should I put this up here? I could do something like that. Just not sure what to do on the back side there. I guess I could use these windows again. Maybe something like that. I'm also not sure anything's gonna go here aside from like a tree. I think this side is mainly just gonna be landscaping and all the activities will be on this side. I was kind of wondering about putting in a pool of sorts, but I really want to match the reference photo and it doesn't have a pool, so I'm kind of undecided, but I'm trying to I don't know. Let me see about like a little above ground pool. I definitely think it suits the vibes, because when I drive past some like country rural homes here, there's a lot of these pools going on, or there's like a trampoline, but since we don't have a trampoline, I will have to settle for the pool. If I put the car over here instead. I don't hate it actually. I was thinking it might not suit the vibes of the photo I'm going for, but I actually do think it could work. So maybe I will do that. I'm also wondering if maybe I switch the orientation of these windows. I know what it looks like on the other side, but I think just based on all the detailing we have here, we could put the window over there instead. Okay, I think now we have to try and blend out this wallpaper situation and see if it's actually going to work or if it's going to look really kind of ugly. I guess my first thought would be maybe putting a trim of sorts, but I'm not sure any of those are gonna work. We have this one from Jungle Adventure. Yeah, I don't think I like any of those. Could look at these trims, but I'm not sure they're what I want. No. Okay, we'll go with the no trim. And then I just think I'll peruse the wall sculptures and see if there's anything in here that could help me kind of blend out what I have going on. really what I would like to look for is ivy. So I'm actually going to build a wall on the side here, and then any ivy options I find I will put on here, and then we can see what's going to work best. We have the wisteria from Cottage Living, which could work, or we have these ones, which might work even better. I think there's maybe some better debug versions, so we could try those. Also, what if I used lattice? That could work, because then it kind of brings the white upwards, or I could have it be brown and bring that downwards. Okay, well, we'll keep it as an option. I'll just put it on here for now. I also think a flower box would be nice. Let's do tropical. But like, what if I use the wisteria going this way? And like up? I'm not sure that transitions it as well as I want it to. What about using the flower boxes? Could that be cute? There's no flower boxes in the reference photo, but maybe it's something I could add. There's also these vines from vampires. They look like dead roses and leaves and stuff and have a bit more thorns. Or there's these ones, which again are okay, but I just don't know about the shape of them. Like, it doesn't look super natural, which is why I kind of like this one. I have to remember where I would find ivy and whatnot, because I know that Discover University has some in debug, but I'm not sure if it's under the landscaping option or if it is like classified as a sculpture or something. I'm gonna go show all, and then I'm gonna go to packs and search by Discover University. Okay, perfect. This is what I was talking about. If I rotate that, it would be a little bit like that, which I think could work. I'll have to move the electrical box, but I don't mind that. Let's put that in the back for a second. There is some slightly smaller versions, or just versions that go on one side of the wall instead of like a corner piece. This is another corner piece, and this is like a smaller corner piece. Let me try that one, because then I could keep the electrical box there. This one just goes on, I don't even know what that is. I think that wraps around something. I could try the same kind of ivy here. I just don't want it to look too repetitive. It's my only worry. Let me get rid of that and try this one. Because that's a bit of a different look. If that's the case, maybe I do put the window back here. This doesn't really match in terms of color. I could put it on the bottom though, and then it's not so bad. But I think I know where to find those, so I guess we can just delete this. Also, sorry for the pause there. I had to cough, and so I just had to mute my mic. I think, yeah, I think I like that. That's cute. I think maybe I should do it on the back here as well. That's a corner. Yeah, this is just the side piece. I'll shrink it down, and we might be able to use it to blend this kind of nicely. Okay, I think that works. What is this one? Oh, this is just more for the side. Not sure how much ivy I want to put. If I I did it like this. That definitely helps blend it. Okay, I think that is pretty cute. I want to sort out this. I think it needs another window, but I don't know which one. Could I use one of these maybe? I like all the mismatching windows on this side. I know that's definitely an acquired taste, and when I move on to the inside I kind of hate it, but from the outside I enjoy it. But I think that's cute, and I like the idea that you could open this up and just have the summer air come in. I think that's very nice. So the trees are clipping into my wall a little bit. I don't think I'm going to be able to fix this pine tree one. But we could probably hang something there to kind of hide that. I also need to finish this roof. I kind of left it as is, but it does need a bit more detailing because, I mean, this is okay, but it's not great. So what we're going to do is go into the half wall feature, and then we're just going to select one of the smaller ones and build it on top. And then I'm just going to paste the same wallpaper there. And I'm going to delete this first floor. Once again, carrying the wallpaper down. And then we're going to go into the roof sculptures and find a chimney that will kind of fit in the one we already have. So I want something that's like a 1x1. So this could work from Discover University. And then I also kind of decide like how much of it I want to show. Like, do I want just these little roof parts? Do I want to be able to see part of the base of it? For this one I wouldn't, just because I don't think the stone suits what I have going. But if I went with something like this one from Cottage Living, it might be nice to kind of let some of it show. Oh, see, that's too much. But, and also the brick options don't work too well. But I don't think I would mind lowering it back down and doing something like this. Because I do like the top detailing of this one. I think that's nice. Maybe I'll go for the gray. Then you could also change the roof, or not the roof, but the half wall trim here. I guess I might as well while I'm here. Oops. I might do it so it matches the brick a bit better. Something like that. And then now our chimney is a bit more polished. Go with this brown actually instead and switch back the roof trim, because then I think it matches the roofing I have on the side there. Oh, I said roof trim again. I meant wall trim. I think that looks good. I'm not sure there's any other roof details that I want to add to here. I'm not sure dormers are the vibe, and my roof also isn't quite tall enough, so I think I'll pass on those. I might put a flag somewhere. I feel like this house would suit that. I think I'll keep it with just the default version, because this kind of looks like an American flag to me, and I feel like this house could be in America or Canada. One of the two, but we don't have great Canada looking flag options. So I'll just keep it with that one. Maybe I could put a satellite dish on this side actually, just for little something, because I don't want it to feel too plain. If I had solar panels, I feel like that could work here as well, but I don't have eco lifestyles, so we'll have to pass on those. I'm gonna put this little weird roof pipe thing with it. Don't even know what this is for, but we'll do it like that. Oh, it's a roof vent. Interesting. Okay, so that's kind of what the exterior is looking like. This side is a little bit sad. I think I'm going to try and get some ivy up on this wall to make it a bit more appealing. I don't know what though. This is some Snowy Escape ivy. It's definitely a different color, but this side looks like it gets more shade than the other side, so maybe it's okay. These are meant to hang over something though, so I wonder if maybe that looks a little bit awkward. I'm gonna try maybe this cottage living ivy with it. Oh, I think I'd have to shrink it. Okay, I'm not liking that, so we're gonna delete those and look for some other options. There's this corner piece that I could possibly raise up and put like right there. I guess maybe we have to bring it all the way down. I feel like that's too much ivy though. I just need something to put here. I guess I could do another window. Wouldn't be my top pick, but I might have to do it. I'm also realizing that I forgot to put any ivy coming on this part to kind of transition that. So I'm gonna try and figure that out. If I shrink this one down, I just think it's kind of too maybe noticeable. I just want like a thin piece that stretches along there, so I might have to use wisteria, which maybe could be okay because I think it matches the color palette of the Discover University vines pretty well. Better than the cottage living stuff at least, or like the cottage living ivy at least. Okay, something like that isn't too shabby. Okay, this one would go here. I could raise it up. Maybe like that. Okay, cute. I think that's working. I'm gonna try and fix the trees now because I want to get the last of like the outer landscaping done. I might like adjust a couple of these because I think I wasn't liking how patterned it was looking, so maybe we'll try this. Oops. Something like that. So I might bring this tree to the front maybe? Actually no, it's probably better like that. I kind of want one more tall tree in the back here. Maybe we'll try the werewolves one again. I mean, I think it's okay. Something like that seems cute to me. So now we'll just bring the trees around this side as well. I just need to figure out which ones. Like, I think an oak tree could look nice over here. It just covers the whole entire build though. What would it look like if we shrunk it down? Maybe if I put it there instead. It puts a lot of the build in shadow though, which I'm not loving, so I don't think that's the tree for us. We will keep looking. Oh, I haven't used this one yet, which I really like, so maybe I'll put that. What if I size that up? I don't know. Actually, I kind of really like that. I think that really fills it in how I want it to, so that could actually be really nice. And then maybe if we bring this one back. Is that too tall if I put it like that? Maybe I'll put that one there, bring this one to the front, and then we just need one medium tree over here. I would enjoy a pine tree, I think. And maybe we'll keep it to the werewolves one to keep it consistent. Maybe this one. I think that's pretty cute. I kind of want to switch out this tree though. As much as I love that shade of like yellow or green, I think it's not a dark enough green for what I'm going for. Oh, I could use this. It's definitely darker, right? Yeah. I was second guessing myself for a second. Or we do this. Maybe we size this one up, put it back here. Kind of cuts off all the trees that I had placed. And then I could bring this green one to the front. It's very hard to click these things. What about, I don't know how I feel about that. What if I brought maybe the pine tree to the front? Okay, I don't want to cut into my yard space too much though. I think perhaps this as a large tree is not going to work. I'm gonna bring this pine tree back here. It's really massive. I could shrink it down one, perhaps. And then maybe just have this one peeking through. I'm gonna bring my roof sculptures forward a bit just because of the trees that I've adjusted now. I think this is kind of the general framing that I'm going for right now. I think I really like this side of trees. I think that looks pretty natural. This one I'm not loving as much. I think these are all the same height, which is kind of bugging me, so I think I would like to shrink this one, or at least lower it into the ground, and then maybe raise this one a little bit. I also might want this to be a different color because I think it's not deep enough. Okay, this is what I had, but it doesn't feel like dark and rich enough, I guess. That oak tree just covers everything. Okay, let me lower this while I remember that I want to. I'm gonna go like -2, I think. Ooh, -2 again. Okay, perfect. I think that's better. And then I just need something to fill in this space. This tree could go somewhere. Maybe over there. Is that too crammed maybe? What's this one? Ooh, this one's really pretty. This one is from For Rent actually, but I really like the coloring on that. If I size this up, you can kind of see a lot of the like behind the trees with that one though, because you can see through the branches a lot, so maybe I will add some extra trees to kind of fill it in. I think that's quite nice. Alright, I think that's gonna work. This little tree is a little bit in the way. As long as it's not clipping onto the inside of the house, I'm okay. So like that. But that's really gonna cover the window we have there, but maybe that's all right. Okay, it definitely looks a lot more forested now. I think I need one slightly taller tree in the center there. I wonder if I took the horse ranch one and sized it up. Oh, that's maybe a little bit too big. What could I use instead? There's like the bamboo. Could I size up one of these trees? That's not bad. I'm also losing this one a little bit, so I might bring that back. Okay, I like that, but I'm going to shrink it just a little bit. I think that's maybe like 2 times scale now, so let me try 1.5. Okay, I think I need it a little bit bigger than that. Maybe 1.7. Okay, I think something like that could work. This pool would have some crazy amount of leaves and pine needles would be my guess, so I think we could switch out the paint for that. I just don't remember. Oh, here we go. I think either this one or maybe this one, but this one has sticks, which I think is good, so I think something like that. I'm also gonna move it. This was temporary, but I think I'll just keep it like this for now. I'm not sure I'll adjust it. Actually, I guess I could make it in actually like an actual circle now that we have that. So I'm gonna try that. Something like that. Raise it up. Is it a little bit big though? Ooh, I like it like that actually, where it's a bit more oval. And then I can put it in the back here. Raise it up. Okay, that's cute. I'll rotate this tree a little bit so it's not as in the pool. Same with this one. It can frame it, but I don't want it to be hanging over it. And then we'll go back and change the water. I also think I'll change the tiles on the inside of the pool. Usually it's, I think I'll go with like a darker blue. Because usually it's just painted, like it's nothing, like it's not actually tiled like a different pool might be. So we'll go with that. Okay, and I think maybe now we could start working on doing the rest of the landscaping and kind of figuring out where this car should go. I want to start with some terrain paint. I think maybe this one could work. I wonder about using the stone for something, but from what I'm looking at, it's mainly all grass, so I'd probably like to keep it in a similar vein like that. Oh, I really like this dirt from Horse Ranch. So maybe we could do a combo of those. My thought is that it would connect back like this. And then maybe this is like a little driveway area. And we could take that grass and kind of cover it. Like this. Oops. I still think it needs a bit of a darker dirt for contrast. Okay, I'm just going to fully move the car for now so we can evaluate without it and then we can come back. But let's take this dirt again. This one would maybe come down like this. Maybe they don't even have to fully connect. I was thinking this could be like the driveway area. And maybe it kind of just branches into the the back door there. I want it to look pretty natural, so I'm going to try my best. I think this might end up being all dirt, except for maybe this little area here. But it would be a deeper dirt, like maybe this one. I think this is more mud, but it'll do. And maybe over here as well. I don't know if I like how much dirt is here, but I think maybe if I put the truck and then have the landscaping on the side, it could work. But I think I should bring the mud / dirt into the back here. I'm gonna decrease the softness for now so I can kind of paint a bit faster. But all along here, I would think. And then we'll have some landscaping framing that. And I also might shrink this to be even smaller and kind of frame the dirt path I have. And I'm not sold on the dirt under here. I think a darker one's fine because it won't see grass, but I don't think we need a path connecting to it per se. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. And then maybe we bring in some of that grass that I found as well. I'll just kind of try and dot it around so nothing sticks out too badly. I also have some darker grass that I could put in. Okay, let's try that with the plants and we'll see how it looks, and if I'm not feeling it, I can always switch it. I think I would like to put in some little tire tracks though before I forget. Maybe I'll do this darker one. Oops. Like that. Okay, I think I like that. Maybe we'll even bring it under here. I might use some of this dirt on the back here as well, because if you look really closely, this one has like twigs and stuff in it, which I think works for this area. Not that you're really going to see any of this dirt, but just for my own peace of mind, I guess. Okay, and then we will begin with the shrubbery. So I think I always love using these bigger bushes. I think those are very nice. But maybe I'll try to keep it to horse ranch stuff for now. And then we can add in little things afterwards. But I think maybe the bulk should be horse ranch so it blends in with the world nicely. So we have these ones. I also really love horse ranch debug because it has basically the low line pale flowers but without the flowers in 2 swatches, but then it also comes with all the flowers. But I like without them for now. And we'll use that to kind of frame where I want to put all my bushes and stuff, because most of this will get covered anyway since they are low sitting. So I think we'll go with that. This is typically my method of landscaping, is I find one bush to kind of help me frame everything, and then I go in and detail after the fact. So we could do that, and then we'll also put some of it over here. It's kind of really hard to do this back portion here because I have all my trees blocking all of it, but I will try my best. It also wants to keep clipping to the pool, which is not exactly what I want. So So we'll do something like that. And for really big areas, I try not to completely connect them because then it kind of looks unrealistic. So I'll try and fill in this blank space with maybe this grass here from Horse Ranch instead. Do it like that. And we'll also carry it over a little bit. We could do some there. I want to go for a very natural looking landscaping because I think that will suit it best. I also might use some of this more dead grass, but I think I'll move it over because I don't like how centered it looked. Also, I just felt my stomach do the biggest grumble, so if you heard that, I do apologize. It's only 10:30 a.m. right now, so I'm not sure why it was grumbling so loud. I'm not much of like a breakfast person in terms of, I love breakfast foods, but I'm not usually hungry around breakfast time. So that was a little aggressive. So I apologize if you heard it. Maybe I'm going to put some of this dead stuff maybe more in the back here, because that's where it probably wouldn't get much sunlight. Yeah, you can see it doesn't really get much. Oh, if I go like this. Okay, well I could get really up close and personal and do it this way. And this grass really wants to cut into my pool. Maybe I could put some of the little flowers back here. And maybe over there as well. What other color options do I have for these? A yellow could be nice. Oh, I really like the orange actually. We're gonna use those maybe over here. And I also think that helps kind of make the truck fit in a little bit better. Do it there too. What else do we have? Those are not the right color scheme at all, so we won't include those. Oh, there's these grass pieces that I can add. Do it like this. Maybe some over here as well. Maybe I'll mix in some of the dead ones as well. I also like these plants a lot. This is like ground ivy, but I think this is a nice one to kind of cover any big areas you have. I'm going to try my best not to neglect this back area, but I have a sneaking feeling it's going to happen regardless. But I'll just put a couple of stuff back here and then we can call it a day. I just don't want it to look too out of place, though I'm not really sure why you would be viewing this back part this close up, but maybe your Sims wander over there. I don't know, but I want every part of the build to be accounted for. So on the same train of thought, I will make sure this back section is, you know, up to par. We could do some of these back here as well. And I think I'd also take some of that ground ivy that I had. I'll just copy and paste it because apparently I can't find it. And I felt my stomach grumble again. Okay, something like that. I think this is looking pretty cute. I don't know if I've gone maybe overkill on the landscaping. Don't even know if that's a possibility, but I think I'm liking it, so I'm gonna go with that. Maybe, I wonder if I want to put some red flowers to maybe add a little bit of like a pop of extra color or something. I don't know, I lost my train of thought there. There's the werewolf's grass we could use. I wouldn't be opposed to using some werewolf stuff as well, but I think I'm going to use these grass pieces from Cottage Living. These are some of my favorite debug landscaping things, especially for fences, because I feel like they work so well to help integrate it into the environment so it doesn't look so awkward and you can make it look like it's been there a while. So I'm a big fan of these grass pieces, and if you size them down, they're cute as well. Sometimes I like to use them in between some floor tiles to look like the grass is peeking through the concrete. But since I don't have any concrete here, I won't be doing that. Yeah, what else do I want to include? Oh, I like this grass from high school years, so I'm gonna put some of that in as well. I know I said that this video is usually, or this style of video is usually unedited, but if you are noticing a couple of jumps, I'm trying to help my mom log into my Adobe suite right now, so I keep pausing the recording. So I do apologize, but I think we should be good for now. Ooh, maybe I'll use some of these flowers. Oh, that's super cute. Okay, I had to send another code. I'm locking back in. What if I put this in the corner here as a little peek, and then maybe I could put it in the back here as well. I think that's super cute. This house is feeling very summery, and I'm kind of loving it. It's only May right now, but there has been some beautiful weather where I've been. I say that, but this whole week has been rainy so far, but the weekend was nice. And that's okay, because the weekend is when I was actually out of my house, and now I am in my house, so. Alright, I think that honestly could be good for landscaping. Let me just put in a bit more of the terrain paint to add like some depth and shadow. I like to do it. I'm not entirely sure what just happened, but the terrain paint sound is still going. And I am not terrain painting right now. Why won't it stop? Okay, I'm gonna solve this issue and I will be right back. Alright, so truth be told, I'm not entirely sure where I last left off. It has been, I think, about like 3 or 4 days since I last started recording. Or did that last recording, I mean. So I'm gonna try and figure out where I left off. I quickly just fixed a bit of the interior. We had like a bunch of clipping with the landscaping I did, so I'm trying to make sure all of that's out. Some of these things I can't fix, like these ones here, but I'm trying my best. And then I also had maybe a slightly ingenious idea to take these wall marks and use those to help me kind of transition the two paint jobs. So I was thinking we could do it like that. So there's those vampire ones, or there's some from the basement kit, or werewolves. This is like brick though, so that's not entirely gonna work. But like we could maybe use some over here. Honestly, I kind of like that. I know it's brick and maybe doesn't make the most sense, but maybe there's brick under the wood. I'm not entirely sure. But I think it just in terms of color, like I feel like that's a good transition color. We could maybe do it on the corner there as well, but let me see what the werewolves one has to offer and we can kind of see what works best. Also, now that it's like a new day, I have myself a nice little iced latte beside me, so if you guys hear any like stirring of a straw or anything, that's what it is. I'm gonna try my best to either like stop the recording if I'm gonna take a sip, or like move my mic pretty far away. But if you do hear a little bit of noise, I do apologize, but I want to drink it before it gets watery. Okay, so I'm just trying to find that werewolves decal, but I am struggling. Oh, here we go. Okay, so we have like the worn paint, like we have, well, that's more like drywall that's ripped up. We have the crack. We have this, which is again more like stone. We have peeled wallpaper. Okay, I think the basement, for rent, and vampires might be our best option for this. I think I'm also gonna add a couple of like maybe these water stains, because I think that could be fun. I'll maybe put it underneath the AC unit here. I think that makes sense. There's also this large crack, but I don't think that's gonna work for anything. We have these scratches and stuff, which I don't really know what these would be best for... Oh, we could put like a couple of the cracks on the side of the chimney here. These are for like walls, but honestly I think that's kind of cute. I like that. Adding these little wall decals to make things look more worn and whatnot is probably one of my favorite things to do in build mode. It's just so satisfying. I'm gonna try this for rent one and try to make it line up with the bricks that are already there. I think it just really helps a build feel more realistic and lived in and well loved, and maybe a little bit worn down. So I think it's just a super cute addition. That's mainly one of the reasons why I got the vampires pack, is because of all of these wall decals it comes with that help make a build feel more realistic. Because I had the werewolves one, I had the basement one, and the for rent one, and those are all very great, but I feel like I needed to add the final touch, which was the vampires one. Yeah, so I'm just trying to see what could work here. I could take more of this basement one as well. Maybe it needs to be... Okay, sized up is too much. This one doesn't really look like it fits as well though, so I actually might use it up here. Okay, see, I know I'm going for a realistic build, but then I have this part where the wood's being torn away to show more wood. It's supposed to be wallpaper for that one, and then I have like brick here, so it doesn't make the most sense, but honestly I'm not too bothered by it, I don't think. I just want to ease the transition between these two wallpapers, and I'm trying to get this one where I want it, but it keeps kind of clipping, so I guess I'll just put it there. Okay, I think that works pretty well. We can maybe do something on the back here as well. Probably like just the same one again. We'll put it like right there. And I'm also realizing that maybe I could put some windows on the back there, because I don't seem to have any. Maybe some smaller ones. I'm trying to... Wow, that tree really blocks everything. I'm trying to find what could work there. Also, I'm not sold on this tree being there. I wonder if this should almost move to the backyard, or I just get rid of it altogether. It's not really in my color scheme, so I think I'll just ditch it altogether. And I'm just gonna bring this over, and I think some of the grass as well. And then we'll make sure it's not clipping through in a second. I also think some of the flowers could be cute over here. And then maybe to finish it off, we'll use that island living grass to kind of blend it some more. That's cute. And then I'll just put a little bit of terrain paint underneath, just to kind of make everything feel like it's meant to be there. I'll do it under some of the trees as well, just to kind of... We're just gonna have to ignore the fact that it gets cut off right there. I love how that bark is textured on this werewolf's tree. It's so satisfying with like the lichen. I love it. And then we could probably put a little bit more under here. Okay, I think that looks cute. And let me just finish adding the windows to the back. I feel like a smaller window would definitely work better, but I'm just kind of wondering if this one that I have here is too small. But maybe it's cute. We can try it, and we'll adjust based on the floor plan if we need to. Yeah, I thought there was a crack, like a brick crack that went vertical. I might be thinking of the werewolves one, but I want to add that to like the tall part of the chimney. I just need to find the werewolves thing. And I'm also going to take a sip of my coffee while I do this. Okay, hopefully that wasn't too loud. Maybe we could put it... What if I sized it up? Would that be a little bit extreme? Yeah, I think a little bit. Let's just put it right there. Okay, cute. I'm also realizing, do I not have... Oh, I do have a half wall. Okay, that's why. And then I just feel like there needs to be one other thing up here. I'm just not sure what. I don't think water makes sense. I could maybe do like these little scrapes or indents or whatever those are. I think that works. I really wish I had life and death because I would love to add like a hole in the roof, but I do not, so I'll have to make do with what I have. But anyways, I think that's pretty good for the exterior. Like, I got all the little details I wanted, but I am realizing I haven't added a ladder slash staircase to this pool yet, so that's what we're gonna do now to make it actually functional, because right now I'm pretty sure your Sims can't get in it. So we're gonna take a staircase. I like to use either this one or sometimes this metal one from what's it called, Get to Work, or I guess you could use the werewolves one as well. But let's try this one because I think it might match the pool best. So we can just put a staircase like that, and then we just need to add a pool ladder, which I think is in here. Yeah, and then we should just be able... I don't think it works like that. Why won't it let me put it on the inside? Oh, there we go. And then hopefully that should be functional. I'll try and play test that after I do the whole build. I don't really want to interrupt my building right now, but we'll leave it like that for now. I might actually even, well, I was gonna say I might put the staircase on the other side, but I don't think your Sims could actually use it if I did that, so I'll have to leave it like that. Also, I'm not sure I ever finished doing like the flooring that I wanted. I really want like this, like that teal colored flooring. And then same thing for the wall. I'll just use this one. Okay, cute. All right, so I think we can go ahead and do the floor plan now. For starters, we're gonna have to raise everything up here to make a platform that I'd say is probably about 4 ticks. So let's go ahead and do that. 2. Oh, okay, never mind, just about 3. And then that way it'll line up with the door. So honestly, I didn't need to be too concerned about the grass clipping in, but I think maybe it could be fun to have like stairs going down here, and this could be like something inset. But we will put everything on a foundation first, and then, well, actually except for this one, I guess, because this one, the door is ground level, so this will have to be the way it is. So we'll get rid of that, and I'm just going to open everything up. When I do floor plans, I find this is the easiest way, just to kind of have a blank slate. Sometimes I don't always open up this chimney. It really depends on what the build needs. Like if I don't need that space, then sometimes I'll just leave it closed. I think for now, I'll just leave it closed. I think I could maybe get some kind of living room to work around here. But let's take some furniture. I really like doing this. I'm going to walk you guys through my floor plan process first of all, because I usually cut it out in my speed builds, but I know a couple of you have been curious on how I do it. I kind of struggle with floor plans, which is why I cut it out, because I feel like it wastes a lot of like screen time, I guess. But I really find putting down like placeholder furniture helps, just to get a sense of the space. So here I'm trying to imagine like what the living room would look like. So I'm just like, none of this furniture matches, but that doesn't matter because it's literally just placeholder, meaning I will get rid of it eventually. I'm kind of wondering if we have something closed off like this, maybe we could have like a bathroom here. In my head, this was going to be the kitchen, so I kind of want to leave that like available for the kitchen. I feel like we could put the wall here, and then maybe if we take some columns, again, this is all just going to be placeholder. I will switch it out to make everything more cohesive, but I just really want to get a sense of space and whatnot. I thought if I put the columns that the spandrels wouldn't stem all the way, but maybe the way I do it is I have to draw the walls after. Yeah, so we could do like a spandrel or something, and then we could have stairs going here. I also can't forget that I have to put stairs to the upstairs up there. So I kind of have to think about where that could go. And I also just use random placeholder doors. Like absolutely everything here is going to be placeholder. So before any of you comment and be like, ew, that looks ugly, why are you doing that? Let me cook first, and then you can comment. So we're going to, I'm imagining like a little archway there. I feel like the more closed off, the more realistic it feels, or at least the older it feels, because older homes tend to have like a lot more hallways and less like open concept. So I'm gonna try and go with that. And I think if this becomes the living room, I wonder if maybe this becomes like a bedroom or an office. Once again, I still don't have the stairs, so actually, if I'm being honest, I'm kind of doing things backwards, because usually I try to start with the staircase just to make sure it will fit, and then I kind of work my floor plan around that, because as you can see, I'm struggling to find space for it right now. I wonder... Basically, the stairs have to be in this box here, because that's the area of the upstairs floor, so maybe I could bring it out here and try to do some, like, shuffling. I might have to get rid of, like, this bathroom situation for now. Also, in case you guys are curious on how I like delete walls without using the sledgehammer, basically if you hold control and drag over a wall that's already there, it will remove it. I find that's sometimes a lot faster than like going to get the sledgehammer or whatever. But yeah. And so I think, okay, if it's gonna be like that, then I think the stairs actually need to be straight and not curved at all. So can I put it there? I can put it there. Okay, what if instead I curved it up like that? That could work, and then I can still have the bathroom down here. Maybe this whole thing is a hallway. It's quite a big hallway, I would say, but I could maybe even move it like that. I like that, but then the I can't get a door to there, so maybe we shuffle it down one, and then we could have a door right there into whatever this is gonna be, and then the walls can stay there. I'm not sure I'm the biggest fan of the fact that it like cuts like that, and also I can't put stairs there if I do it like that, so that's maybe not the most ideal. I could bring it in, oops, not like that, though that's actually very interesting. I can bring it in one more like that, and then do it like this, and then perhaps that works quite well. It's definitely a lot more space used up for a hallway than I probably want for this size of house, but I think we at least have a living room here. This will be kitchen. This can actually probably be dining room. I think that would make the most sense. I think I honestly might raise up these windows if I'm gonna have everything on a platform. But that could be dining room. This can be kitchen, living room, bathroom, and then we come upstairs. We have a bit of a weird situation happening with our roof, so I'm gonna try and fix that. I'm gonna bring it in, and then clicking this little one and holding shift, we'll just bring it in, and then it gets rid of some of it, but not all of it. I'm not entirely sure why that's happening. It's like a weird glitch, but we'll just work around it. I'm gonna put the grid back on just to make sure some things are even and whatnot. So I would imagine like this part to be a hallway. Maybe we could have, I feel like, a bathroom here, bedroom and bedroom, and maybe they just share it. Should this be, I can't really divide it like this because then you can't quite access this unless I drew something out kind of like that. Yeah, this room is gonna need a lot more windows because that's really sad looking, but I could maybe get away with like 2 small rooms like this and then 1 big room. I'm trying to think of the Sims that I want to live here. Like, I'm wondering if maybe it's a set of parents and their kids, or if it's like grandparents, parent, kid. I'm not entirely sure because I feel like that would kind of sway the size of the rooms a little bit. I could even add I don't really think we need 3 bathrooms. That feels a little bit overkill, but I kind of like the bathroom being where there's less windows, so let's go ahead and try this. I could maybe have bedroom here, bathroom. Also, I will go ahead and add lighting. Sometimes I do it add the lighting before I do the floor plan just so I can see better, but other times I do it afterwards to make sure the lights sit in the center of each room. I'm just gonna take a bed to figure out spacing once again. Like, I think we could fit a bed there. Maybe there's like a desk area over here. And then over here, I'm kind of wondering if we maybe have like 2 single beds. I feel like that could work. Or alternatively, we draw a room like this. We could have like one room like this and then one very small room. It could be, I don't know why, but in my head I'm imagining like grandparents, their kid, and then their kid's kid. So like their grandchild would be over here. I feel like maybe that could be fun, but I don't know if that's a little bit too similar to like the Red Roof Ranch build I did, because I kind of had it so there was like grandparents, then their kids, and then their kids' kids. Also, sorry, I just hit my straw. That might have been very loud. Yeah, or I don't know. Let me think on that, but perhaps this could work. I just don't know if this room is too small, but maybe this room is like a nursery or maybe even an office. And then it's like bedroom, bedroom, and an office. Okay, I'm gonna think on that a little bit, and while I do think on that, we can go ahead and start putting in the lighting and making everything that was a placeholder no longer a placeholder. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so I've gone in and I've deleted any placeholder furniture, and I've kind of adjusted this little staircase area just a little bit more. And I think I have decided that I will go for 3 bedrooms, and the storyline I'm thinking is it's a set of grandparents, a teenager, and a kid. And I think that that's what I'm gonna go with. So first thing we're going to do, I guess, is start with the wallpaper and flooring. I think I'll start with flooring. Also, for the lighting, I'm just using these little like saucer lights. They're the really cheap base game ones. They're like $50. And I set them to a warm lighting and made them slightly dimmer than your typical light, just because I think that makes homes look a little bit older or more realistic. In terms of flooring, I'm thinking this one would be really fun, but I think that it reads too barn-like on the floor, but I do think it could work well as like a ceiling paint, so maybe we'll try that after. But the other option could be the other horse ranch floor. This one's really nice because it looks really worn. I do like this one a lot, actually. I'm not entirely sure if I want to go for like a lighter or darker wood. I think a darker wood might be a little bit better than some of these. Like, I'm thinking probably this one or this one. I think this one might work a little bit better. So let's just try this and see how we like it. I guess the other option, the cottage living one, is pretty nice as well. It's a little bit less like dirty, but it still looks a bit warm. But I think I'm pretty set on this horse ranch one, actually. I think it's kind of nice. Or I know I just said I was set, but we could also try the jungle adventure one. I don't really mind that, actually. Or maybe in this even like darker swatch could be nice. That's too light, that's too red, too gray. Okay, it's between, let's just like do stripes of them and see which we like best. Okay, it's between these 3. I think I'm gonna go with the horse ranch one in the end, because I think I like that you can see the little like, I guess the nails where the planks are, so we'll just go with that. We can always change it later if we feel so inclined, but I'm just gonna put it everywhere for now, and then we'll adjust per room. And then in terms of wallpaper, I feel like this one could be nice from City Living, which has the little grime, I guess, or maybe the one with the wainscoting, because then it might look a little bit more like there's floor trim since we're on a platform. I don't hate that. I might go for more of like a white color. I do think I want this house to feel a bit more lived in, or sort of maybe a little bit grimy, honestly. So I might try this one. My other option could be, there is the basement one, which I do quite enjoy. It's got like that little bit of water damage going on. You can see it better here. I'm just not sure. I could do the white version. I just think the contrast between the trim and this might be a little bit too strong because it reads a little bit newer to me in that sense. Unless we're on this one where you can kind of see the gradient of like the weathered wallpaper and whatnot. Alternatively, what else could we go with? I don't think any of these make sense. Oh, it might be kind of fun to have one of the rooms have this. This is from the new restoration kit, but it could be fun to make it look like something's being renovated. Maybe we could go with like this upstairs bathroom is being renovated. That could be fun. Maybe it's like a newer addition to the house. Maybe it used to be all just hallway up here, and then they added this when the other, like when their grandchildren came, or maybe when they got older and it was just harder for them to use the stairs or something. So we could do that. Wait, does it come in other colors or is it just that one? Oh, it does come. Oh, nice. And it comes with a version that's like a lot more grimy, I guess. Oh, that's so much fun. Wait, I love that. Oh, there's a version with those streaks, then there's with like the splatter. I think I'll go with this one. I think that's nice. And then we just need to find a good wallpaper. I'm thinking the city living one might be my best bet, but also I'm not entirely opposed to having this floral wallpaper. It's definitely dated, and perhaps in the way that we need, or maybe I could use like this gingham one. The gingham feels less realistic to me. Oh, I could maybe try like some stripes. Could do like stripes in this old one here, or in like the living room. What else do we have? See, I typically cut out this part as well because I find it takes me like a really long time to find a combo that I'm happy with, but hopefully me recording while I do it will like make myself speed up. Maybe we could try like some wooden paneling in here. What if I did wooden paneling all around? I'm not entirely sure if I love it. I think so far my favorite one has been the city living one, so I might just go with that, and then once again if I feel the urge to change it later I can, but I want the one with the wainscoting, or this one. I think is this wainscoting, or is wainscoting like when they're like this with that little trim? But I thought wainscoting was this baseboard thing, or maybe these are just baseboards. I don't really know, but we'll go ahead and use this one because I think it also matches well with the flooring, so I think that'll work. And then we can maybe change it out per room if I feel the need to, like maybe for in like the kids' rooms they could be a different color or something, or maybe it's like brown up here. I'm not sure. We will figure that out as we go on and kind of figure out the color scheme. So I'm just, actually no, I'm gonna leave those beds in there just so I know what's what, and then we'll do the doors and we can get sorted with the decorating. I think it's good that I use this horse ranch flooring because then I can match the horse ranch stairs to it, which I think works well. I'm also wondering if this part should be walled off or not. Like I could even do it like that. Maybe that works better because I was either thinking I do it like that or I do a fence situation, but I think this might be better. And so if you play with half up half down, I'm gonna put this, like raise the platform all the way so that when you put the walls down this part is still there, as you can see. So I think that's gonna work. And then yeah, I guess I should change, I want the stairs to have like that base section, so I'm gonna delete it and replace it. And then I think maybe also putting a column there could be good. Maybe we'll do this one. Yeah, I was kind of thinking about doing something like that, but then I think it feels too open concept for like an older style of home. So we'll just leave it like this, and then we will put a railing on these stairs because safety first. I don't know if this feels a little bit too farmy because I am going for like a combo of farmhouse but also family home. So I think maybe to add more of the family home vibes back in, we could do a more suburban looking fence. Maybe like one of these could be nice, or I like this one. Looks a little bit simpler. Maybe, I don't really think I'll put a railing there actually. I think I'll just leave it like that. And then we'll just add in the doors, and then we should be pretty good to go ahead and start decorating. I think in this hallway and whatnot, I think maybe I want an archway, unless I do like a big double door like this. No, I think an archway would suit that a little bit better. We could try, I think the horse ranch one could be nice again, just for a bit of consistency. I'm not sure if this is going to make it feel a bit too matchy, which sometimes I find doesn't look as realistic as using things from other packs and whatnot, but we'll try this. Like I keep saying, we'll try it, and if I want to change it later, I can. And I do need a skinnier, more slim archway for here, or I just use a door. But I feel like an archway might be better just because this is going to be the dining room. And if you're carrying in food and stuff, it might be really annoying to have to like open the door each time. What's this one? I mean, we could try this. Maybe I even make this like white instead. Should these ones be white as well? Or do I like them as brown? I think white might actually make them feel more suburban, maybe. Actually, I don't really know. I don't know. You know, we'll try the white. We'll see how that works, because we do have a white door here and like white windows, so it might be nice. And then in terms of doors, we could use the city living ones as well, because they also have some scuffs and scrapes, I guess. Or I do really like using the high school years ones, but I don't think those are as rugged as I want them to be. So we will use this. I also need to try and fit like a washer and dryer in here. I don't want to forget that. Maybe it's something we could even put up here. We will put one door there, one door there. I don't like how close those are, but there's not too much I can do about that, unfortunately. And then we'll do one there. Oh, and then we also need the bathroom door, which we will put here. And then I will need the matching fence for this top portion here so that your Sims don't fall down it, which I think this would be the matching one. I'll just draw it and hopefully that won't delete anything. Okay, we can do it like that, or alternatively we just use a wall. If I did that, I feel like I could close it off like this. Could make the grandparents' room even bigger. I think I'll leave it as is because I don't want too many doors in this one hallway, so we'll keep it like that. I'd like to bring up this column to maybe have some more support like that. And yeah, I think that's pretty good for doors, flooring, wallpaper, all of that. Oh, I did say I was gonna make the doors white, didn't I? Like that. But maybe the brown is fine. Okay, I'm just gonna go back to the brown because I think that's okay. I'm gonna use, I was considering using mixing and matching, so maybe I'll have one with like these knocks in it and then one that matches the flooring a little bit better, and we'll make that brown. That's brown. Okay, I think that is good. I think we can go ahead and start decorating now because I'm eager to start decorating, and I'm sure you guys are too, because that might have been a very boring thing to watch, and if it is, I can take it out in the next ones, but I guess you can always skip forward. It's not like you have to watch every single bit of this. So anyways, we're going to go ahead and start in the entrance room now. I think first things first, we're going to get ourselves a little welcome mat. Should they have a pet? I could see them having a dog or a cat. So maybe I'll like keep these muddy paws here and we'll put them over top of the welcome mat that I end up using. Should I use like the actual like welcome mat? Maybe I should put that on the outside. I like the for rent version better than that one. The one I just had out is from the rewards events that sometimes the Sims have, but I like the size and look of the for rent one a little bit better. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. And then on the inside we can just do, I wonder what we should do actually. Since it's a set of grandparents that live here, I might go for more of like a dated decoration look. Could do something like that. Okay, I'll be so honest, I don't think I love the welcome mat there, but I'm not sure what other one to use. This is one that I like to use often. This is from Get Together. It's just like a rubber looking mat, but I think it's kind of nice. Maybe we'll try the yellow one and we'll have like the muddy paws. And maybe if there's no pet, you can just pretend that they're like boot marks or something. And then, oh, I'll also need to go in and add all of these little details, like the cobwebs and maybe some of the scrapes on the walls, just for a little bit more detail. I might do some like scratches here, or maybe scratches over here, like the door swings out and kind of scrapes the wall. So we could try that. And I want some wall decor because I think I want like a mirror or the thing you put your little keys in, things like that. Oh, I'll also need to go in and add light switches. I'll put one here just so I remember, but I'll do the light switches off camera because it might be just a little bit tedious to watch. This is what I was thinking of, like this little key thing there, but I also think having some kind of shelf could be nice. I think maybe the one we have from Horse Ranch could work. I don't like any of those. I'm gonna take out these bags just in case, or we could use this as well. What if I like merged these? Would that look weird? And then I could maybe put the bags there. I mean, it does work. It's a bit more unique than maybe using one of the pre-built shelves. Ooh, I could have this old like landline phone. That could be a fun addition. I definitely think this should go in the kitchen. Oh, I also have 0 money because I forgot I moved my sim on here, so I'm just gonna give myself a lot more money so that we can build freely. Oh, I also think I kind of want to put this hose on the side of the house. Yeah, I like that. And I'm just gonna keep scrolling through to see if there's anything that strikes my fancy in the wall decor menu and see what we come up with. I feel like a tapestry maybe isn't quite the vibe. Oh, these, I'm gonna put that in the kitchen before I forget because I think that could work really well. Maybe let's put a mirror in here and we'll just keep that shelf situation the way we have it. I'm gonna do half a puff down for a second. I think if we are gonna put a mirror above all this, then this needs to come down a bunch. I kind of want to keep that covered though, so do it like this. And then we'll put the bags there, like that. Oh, maybe the round mirror could work well. It feels a bit older. Is there a smaller version of it though? Is this one smaller? Can't quite tell. Maybe we'll use this teal one with the warm paint on it. Okay, and then we got that. And I wonder what else I should put in here. I wish we had some like muddy boots that we could have as little decor items. We have those shoes from Dream Home Decorator, but they're not quite what I'm looking for. I'll probably use them anyways because I don't have any other shoe options, but maybe we could put some like pet food in the corner here. And what else? Maybe we could have just some like boxes and storage and stuff. I'm wondering if maybe the kids have been here for a while or if they're like just moving in and maybe this is some of their stuff. I don't know if they would have a cat or a dog. I'm unsure on on that front right now, so I'll just leave it like that. Maybe a lamp in this corner, like a standing lamp could work. Let's try, it's like a ring light. There's this older looking one, there's this one. Maybe I'll use the oh, actually, you know which one I want to use? I want to use the basement one, this one. I really like the look of this one, and it's also a little bit broken, so I think that's a fun little touch. Maybe I'll use this black version, because I feel like that's got the most grime to it. Okay, I like that, and then we'll just leave this clear so that your Sims can walk through. I could maybe add a picture on the side here, or maybe some more water damage or something. Should it be like family picture, or maybe a calendar? I don't really like all of our calendar options, so I'm gonna keep scrolling to see what I can find. Oh, maybe just something like this, a little landscape picture. I wonder if using the tool mod I could like add these little wall decals, and then if I could drag them out to make it look like it's on the painting. Okay, I think I brought it a little bit too far. I want it to be not on the frame. I'm gonna lower it with like the elevate thing. Let's try -0.02. Oh, okay, we could do a lot more than that. -0.1 perhaps. Once again, even more. -0.3. Okay, -0.2. And then we'll just try to keep bringing it back a little bit. I'm just gonna keep doing that until I think it works. Oh, now I've completely made it disappear, so now we'll just click until it comes off the painting. Yeah. Okay, I think that works, just because the image feels like a little bit too nice and clean, I guess. So that helps. I'm gonna get rid of this watermark down here though, so it's not as repetitive. And then maybe also if we tilt it slightly, let's change the axis. Let's maybe rotate it like 3. Okay, I think I like that. I almost wonder if it needs to be smaller though. Okay, we'll leave it as is. And then your Sims can walk through there. And then we have this hallway. I think maybe just a simple runner of a rug could work there. Maybe, I know the vampires one you can make kind of as long as you want, but I just think it might be a little too ornate for what I'm going for here. But we can try it and see. Oops. Let's do it like that, and then I'll just bring this down. Okay, so maybe one too long. I mean, we can try it, but I think it looks too elegant. I'm not sure I love it. Oh, I guess we have enough space to fit like this kind of rug in there. That could work. Or maybe this one. Oh, what about this laundry day one? I think that might work kind of perfectly actually. We'll just squeeze that in there. It might be a little bit more on the rustic side than the family home side, but I guess I'll just try it. I was envisioning in this little nook here, since there won't be like an office, I was thinking we could fit a desk here that maybe is like the family computer. Could maybe use this older one with the books, but I think I want something a little bit simpler. This one could be nice from Cats and Dogs. Maybe I'll use the darker wood, or maybe even the gray actually. I don't use the gray swatch very often, but that could be kind of nice. Ooh, or you know what? I kind of like this get together one. This is not a desk that I use too frequently, but I think it looks cute in this little spot here. Don't know if I go gray or if I go like that. I think we'll do gray, because I think the more washed out the colors look, the more I guess older or worn this place is gonna look. Maybe we could do that with a chair like this from Horse Ranch. Should it maybe be a color? I could do the same kind of teal color from here on the chair. Also think it's got like a little bit of grime if I pick that one, so maybe that's nice. Not too much, like not as much as these, but I can see like a little bit in there. So, ooh, or actually let's use this one. This one looks like something you would find at a garage sale, or like that's hand painted, so we could try that. There is some other swatches, but I think I'll keep the green version. And then in terms of computer, we could either use this typewriter one, maybe a laptop, or I'm kind of thinking this much older, like boxy looking one. I think that could be good. So maybe we'll go ahead and try that. And we could add a little lamp on the side and a candle maybe. I don't know what lamp would be best. Maybe the For Rent one. That one's a pretty good, like, classic looking lamp, so we could try that. I'd like to put a candle on here. Maybe this one. And a plant would also be nice. If I could figure out where they keep them. That's more of a floor plant, so I won't use that. I need a small desk plant. I don't want to use that one. It's not quite what I'm looking for. The roses might be good. Roses sometimes feel a bit older to me. Or maybe we could use this collection. If I take this and size it down a little bit, that might be more what I'm looking for. I'm gonna alt place some of these objects to get a better placement, but I've pushed them too far, so I'm gonna bring them forward a bit. Okay, that works. I might go for the brown candle. I might also switch up the vase color. Maybe like that. I might actually like these like the more I don't want to say China patterns, like paisley. I don't really know what you would call that, but the more decorative, the decorative base of the lamp. So we'll try that. And then I do need some other clutter things on the side. I'm thinking a stack of papers could work quite nicely. We have these Strangerville ones. This is a grocery coupon. Also might make sense to have like some pill bottles if it's like an older couple living here. We could have the note, maybe a mug, and some papers. Those papers too big though. We'll try it and we'll see. I'm just gonna put some pills there. I might shrink them down a little bit and put them on the side. We can have the mug like here, and then the little note. Those don't change colors. I want the dirty version though. Okay, I think that's nice. I'm not going to put anything up on the top there. I'll just leave it like that. And then just kind of scanning to see if I should put maybe anything on this wall. I could maybe just do some little torn wallpaper things. Can I fit a cobweb anywhere? Maybe in this corner. Also, I've discovered that you can't size down the cobwebs, which is quite interesting to me. Maybe we'll just do one there. I could maybe put a broom on that wall. It's gonna need something on this wall or in that corner, so I'm gonna try to find something that will work for that. I don't really know if I want to use another lamp. Just why I was thinking maybe the broom could be nice. Or what if I put the... Oh, let me just get rid of that. What if I put the laundry in this corner here? I could stack it. Oh, maybe even... The brain is churning. I am coming up with thoughts. If we lower the platform back to the original level, we can delete the wall and make a laundry room situation here. That's just kind of tucked into the hallway, which could work quite perfectly, I think. I'm not entirely sure why it's doing this here. Like, I wish that you could see the proper peg, so I might just put something like that and hope it solves it. It doesn't really, but I'm not really sure what else to do. just, part of me wants to just delete that entirely. I could just put a wall here and a wall here. Yeah, I think that's gonna work better because I don't like those weird railing glitches I'm getting. So we'll do this. It makes the archway even more squished though, but I think that's okay. And then we'll put the laundry in here. Also, maybe instead of doing round columns, they should be square. Let me try some other options. Those are really chunky. I could try, oh, you know what ones might be nice? Could be the Snowy Escape ones, but just in white. I think that works. Or should I do a brown version? I think I'll keep the white. I'm not sold on that, but we can come back to it. I just want to add in the laundry before I forget. I always forget what category it's under between the indoor activities and the hobbies and skills. It's probably indoor activities. Yeah, I think. Ooh, I want to put a space heater. Oh, I should also add the radiators. My brain is going like a mile a minute. I have so many things I feel I need to add, but I just keep forgetting. We'll do this, and then I want to find the radiators. I don't even know what category that's in either. This is just the space heater, but is it a wall decor item? Or is it like a freestanding sculpture? Maybe I could put a little corkboard above here. Maybe they do their planning over there. Oh, I also have I don't know in what category it would be, but I have a rotary phone as well on that belongs on like desktops or just any sort of surface. However, I'm unfamiliar with the category it's in. I would think it would be this one, but I don't know. The Sims team likes to trick me sometimes. But hopefully it's somewhere in here. Oh yeah, right here. This could be cute to put on the desk. Maybe I'll put it here instead of the stacks of papers. I'll just leave the note underneath. I will do this version. I think that's nice. Okay, and then I was also looking for the radiators, wherever they might be. Okay, I'm gonna try searching it, but I'm not sure if I'll find it. Okay, this is the vampires one, but I was looking for, yes, the for rent one, these ones. I think maybe I could put one there, I could put one in here, one in here. I'll do the space heater in that one in here. I'm just gonna add them into the rooms and then I can move them afterwards. I think maybe I'll also use some of the smaller versions. Yeah, okay, I think that's good. And then I'm also gonna need hampers, so let me just put that in a couple of the rooms. Okay, I think that's, oh, maybe we should add the burglar alarm as well. I will put that on this wall. And I'll also put the temperature control unit beside it, like this. Maybe we could even put a wall light on the wall, hence the name. That might make it feel more like an older hallway. Kind of thinking of the base game one, this one here. I feel like that could work. Or is that maybe too fancy looking? I'm not really sure what else I could use as a substitute. I guess nothing. We'll just leave it like that, and then I'll take the space heater. I'm not actually sure if I need the space heater, but we'll just maybe put it there. Let me do the green version. I think that's maybe nice. yeah, do I want like a little plant here, or does that feel maybe a little bit random? I don't know, I don't mind it truthfully, so maybe we'll just try that. Okay, next let's do the bathroom. I'm gonna try and get like these small rooms out of the way first, and then we can move on into like the big fun ones in a little bit. So let's do the bathroom quickly. I definitely want to change the wallpaper and flooring in here. Maybe some like a stone flooring could work well, or my favorite for when I do older homes is I really like using this one. I just accidentally exited out of my game, but what I was trying to say is that this one really reminds me of the flooring that I had in my cottage before we sold it. This is like very accurate to what it looked like, because I remember I would I imagined that these were beds, and I was thinking of like the setup of them. I was like, how many single beds are there? How many double beds are there? Kind of a weird thing, but you know, sometimes you have to entertain yourself. So I think we'll go ahead and use that. I don't know if maybe I should use like concrete up here, because this is supposed to be something that's getting renovated. It'd be fun to have some like make it look like the stones being put down. I wonder if I could get away with adding those floor decals to kind of ease the transition, but if I can't, I don't think I'll go with this idea. Like, could I do that maybe? Or I guess the other option is we could put down like a full tile, and then we add these to look like the tile has to get replaced. Maybe that could work. I'm not sure if it's really gonna work though. I think maybe just going for like a concrete would be a better solution, or we do the like metal, but I don't think I want that. That's dirt. Don't really want dirt. That's not quite what we want there. That's more of like a roofing situation, so I think I just need to go with some concrete or something, or maybe we have like this tile. We'll just go with this. I think that's fine. I think I'm overthinking it. I am also saying think a lot, so I'm gonna try and do that a little bit less. Anyways, we need a wallpaper. I would like some kind of tile. In terms of wallpaper tile options that feel older, there's not that many. This one isn't too bad. I guess we'll go with that. And we can just add in the little appliances that one needs for a bathroom. So let's find a toilet. I think using the ones with the wooden lids tends to feel a little bit older to me, like this. Again, very cottage bathroom. Should I put a shower down here? I think we'll have one upstairs for sure. I don't know about putting one down here or whatnot though. Maybe we could put a bathtub up here, or maybe the bathtub goes upstairs. I don't think it would hurt to have multiple showers in this house, so maybe I will add one. I just don't know which one. I could do this wooden one, but again, I feel like that's breaching on like too farmhouse and less like family home. So maybe I'll just try this one. And then we will also need a sink. I'm wondering if this is the best layout for what I have. I think everything might have to go against this one wall actually, because I want to have a mirror above the sink. In terms of sink options, I think one of these freestanding ones could work. Let's take a look at this. I don't love that one. I think this base game one might be a pretty decent option. I'd like to match those woods, but that might be asking for too much. Maybe it's actually too fancy looking. What about the get together one? That matches a little bit better. We'll try that. And then we'll put in a mirror. I think maybe this wooden one works well. I'll use that one, and I'm just gonna raise it up one. You can raise up mirrors by doing Control 9 or 0, the same way you can raise up any other object, in case like the mirrors are at a height that isn't working the best for you. You can use that little trick. And then I think I will put a rug in here. I need a bath mat sort of situation. This one will fit perfectly from the bathroom clutter kit. Maybe we'll do it in that swatch. And then I will also need to add a curtain because this is a front facing bathroom. So let's put some blinds in there. I could use those ones. I feel like using the get to work ones would make sense. Those are like very realistic looking blinds to me, so I'm gonna use those. Hopefully that doesn't interfere with your Sims being able to get in and out of the shower. I'm gonna shrink it by 1 using the left bracket key just to hopefully make sure that it doesn't actually mess that up. And then we'll put in a little bit of decor in here. A plunger would be good. Oh, I think bar soap would be nice. Maybe we could put a couple of toilet paper rolls. I like that the bathroom kit comes with a version that is torn on the edge. I think that's fun. Maybe I could even add some of the floral ones because that feels older to me. Maybe there's just like a thing of sunscreen on the back as well. Perhaps more pill bottles just in case. I don't know. Toilet paper. We have a couple of different like toilet paper holder options now between the 2 bathroom kits we have and base game, but I always feel bad using them because I'm like, we have a base game version, and then if people don't have those packs, it's like I'm not giving them toilet paper, so I don't really tend to use the new ones. I feel kind of guilty using the new ones, but I'm sure at some point I will, but I usually just tend to go with the base game one. And then here's the broom. I think maybe it's better suited in the kitchen, or honestly right there could work well. And we also have a laundry basket. I'd like to put that maybe up top here. Sorry, I'm kind of bouncing around between a lot of different things right now. Hopefully you guys are following along enough. If I do it like this though, I need to have some kind of stool beside it so that it looks like your Sims could step up and actually reach the laundry basket. I'd like to use this chair, but that's kind of too big and will, I think, block the functionality of that. So my other thinking was maybe I use this, or I'm pretty sure, I don't know if it's in surfaces or comfort, we'll have to figure that out, but I'm fairly certain there's a little stool that comes with horse ranch that I tend to overlook because it's not in your typical category. But I'm not sure if it's meant to be a surface or a seat, so bear with me while we try and find that. I will filter by pack because that should make it a little bit faster. Horse ranch. Okay, I'm not seeing it in here, which means it's probably a seat thing. Is it in here? Yeah, this one here, the Cormac Pine Shorty stool. Okay, it's a little bit bigger, but I think I can size it down and it'll be kind of perfect because then it looks like your Sims could use it to get up to the laundry basket. I'll just leave it over here maybe, and then your Sims can use it to step up there. And I think the bathroom's good. Maybe I'll add a couple of wall things, maybe a couple of water stains, and maybe a dent or 2, and maybe on this side as well, or like a that's kind of a big one. Maybe we could size it down. There could just be like a little crack there, and we will leave it like that. I think next let's do the dining room because I think that should be fairly simple, and then we can go on and do the living room whatnot after the fact. I think maybe we'll just go for a 4-seat dining table situation. We could try, would a round table be nice? I don't know. I think I'd prefer a rectangular table. Maybe something from Get Together. I feel like that Get Together tends to have some better older looking furniture. But it might, again, I feel like it's not giving as family home as I want it to. So maybe we'll go for something a bit simpler. I think this is too shabby looking. What about just the generic base game table in white? No, that feels kind of lame though. We could try the Parenthood one. Ooh, the Parenthood one could be nice because I'm kind of bringing in like this mint accent all the way through, so that could kind of work to help unify that. There is matching chairs, but I'm not sure those are the look I'm going for. But let me see them first, if I can find them. I thought there was matching chairs. Why can't I see them? Parenthood here, Parenthood here. Maybe I'm thinking of the bar stools and not... Oh, no. I knew there was a matching set. Yeah, there's these ones here. I could try that. Maybe... Or maybe I use those ones for the mint color, but the table's a different color. I kind of like the orangey wood, though. I feel like that's a nice addition. I'm not sure I like this, though. Orange wood, blue seat. Maybe I'll just try and... Oh, I just deleted the floor. I'll try and find a different chair that has the same sort of orange wood. And we can try and make it match that way. This is maybe more of like an orangey red wood, so I gotta keep that in mind. These ones from Discover University could work. They've got a pinker cushion though, which I don't know if I love. What about these ones from Jungle Adventure? They don't quite have the right tone of wood that I'm looking for. Ooh. What about the cottage living ones? I think those are nice, but I don't know if I want the yellow seat. But that seems to be the only one that comes in that swatch, so the hunt continues. Ooh, what if I just used... Okay, I don't know why I'm going for this mint color. It's really not my favorite thing in the whole world. So I might have to start limiting how I use that, because I think I like these chairs because they definitely have that worn look to them, but I do not enjoy the mint version of them at all. Maybe I can go with this red instead. I think that's nice. You still get like a hint of the mint. But is it kind of an ugly combo? I'm not feeling very confident in the choices I'm making today. And I'm also, to be honest, not sure I even like that table. So let's just go back to the drawing board and see. Okay, maybe this get together one could be nice. We could still use like a more orange wood. And then we can find a dining chair that would go well with that. I've used this at the desk, so I don't want to use... Oh wait, no I didn't actually. I used the flea market chair. So this actually could be good. This matches fairly well. Could try this. I think I only need 4 seats, but maybe we'll do 6 anyways. Okay, the older furniture in the dining room might make sense. Maybe they're hand-me-downs or something. But I think a rug underneath would help. Oh, a werewolves one always works well because it looks very worn. I could bring back the mint color through the rug and do it that way. I don't know if that's too much of that color for my liking. Maybe I'll do this version of it instead. I'm not sold on the coloring though. I feel like the orange is not matching because I have like gray out here. So I almost feel like these need to be gray as well. I do something more like this because I think I'll go for more of a cooler tone in this house. That's kind of what I have going right now. Yeah, I think that matches a lot better, the cool tone, so we'll go with that. I could do a darker table though, but I think I like the gray better. So we'll do that and find some stuff to put on the center of the table here. If we go to surfaces and then go to displays, I think we can find some of the stackable plates. We have some from Horse Ranch, and then also I believe the new kitchen pack or kitchen kit. But for some reason, oh, maybe it's the miscellaneous. Yeah, okay, the Horse Ranch stuff is there. I like the Horse Ranch ones because again they have some, I guess, dirtier looking swatches. I could bring in the mint through that as well. I wonder if maybe I should have tables on the side there, and then I could delete these ones. Oh, I keep deleting the floor, and it could look like these are used if they have more people over. That could be nice, and then it helps keep everything feel a little bit smaller. I wonder about those storage bins. There's a cutting board that could go here if we pick one of the more scraped versions. I'd like to find maybe like a loaf of bread or something that could go on here. Oh, maybe we could put the cereal boxes instead. Okay, I'm gonna go to decorations, and then I'm gonna filter by the new kitchen clutter kit, and then we'll see what we can put on this table. So I'm gonna get rid of the cutting board, and we will put I want to use these bowls, these plates, and I think the cereal, and that'll probably be enough of a centerpiece for my liking. Maybe I'll add a plant just for a little bit of extra color. I'll use the foreground one. I really like this one. I find it's a very good size. Like, it works in a lot of different things. So we'll do it like this, and then that can go there. And I want the version with like the crumbs. Yeah. Okay, I think that's perfect. I might even add a different light in here because I feel like it's kind of common to see maybe a chandelier in the dining room, or more of a lighter lighting feature. I just don't know which one. Oh, maybe this older one could work. I really like this one because it's got little flowers on the edge or end of it. So we'll try that. I'll get rid of this saucer in here so that this light kind of does its thing. But yeah, I think that's a lot better. And then we'll add some curtains as well to make the walls feel a little less bare. But I'm not sure which ones I want to add. There's these 4 rent ones, but I don't know about the patterns on them. I don't think it's quite what I'm looking for. We could do some cats and dogs ones. I mean, that color definitely works with what I'm going for, but I don't know if they're what I want. I could try these cottage living ones. That would help me get the mint color back in. But I think the rug does that enough for me, honestly. Oh, let's try the big cats and dogs curtains, like these ones. These always feel very old to me. Just have to figure out the colors. Maybe the yellow. Try that. I don't think I mind that. Or alternatively, I just do a brown, which I also don't mind. Oh, I'll do the brown with the plaid. I think that's the best of both worlds, as Hannah Montana would say. And then I think a plant in the corner, and we can call it good for this. What is this? A dining room. There we go. What about this new plant from the Sleek Bathroom Kit? I think that's cute. And I can also put some more clutter on top of here because that acts as a shelf, but I'm not sure what kind of clutter. Oh, this could have been a cute thing to have on the dining table as well. The little tea set. So I didn't even explore other color options for this. I like what I have best, so we'll keep that. Oh, this wash bucket I wanted to put on top of here, but I guess it doesn't work. Maybe we'll just put it over here. Kind of random, but I feel like the more stuff you have in a room that's not meant for that room, it tends to feel a little messier and more lived in, so I think that actually works well. And we will keep it like that. This side feels very bare, but I'm not sure if I want to add anything to it. I think more clutter could go here. if I can find clutter that I like and isn't too redundant. Oh, maybe I could put a toolbox here and more of a worn swatch. And then I've seen Jessica Pye do this before, where she makes it look like they're in the process of hanging a picture, and she uses some debug tools, but maybe I could use this new one from the restoration kit. And then we'll just find a picture, and using the tool mod we will put it on the ground and like angle it. What about, should I use a werewolves one? Like maybe it got scraped falling on the way down, but they're still gonna put it up or something. Let's do it like this, and then we're gonna rotate it. I just have to change the axis. Maybe let's do by like 5. Ooh. Except we're gonna have to do -5 so that it goes the other way. And then just clicking Alt and dragging it away from the wall. Oops. I'm gonna rotate it even more so that it's really noticeable that it's like leaning. Okay, I think that works. And then I'm gonna go into debug and hopefully find a hammer. I don't think, yeah, I'll put this little hammer here. And then it'll look like that they're trying to fix stuff on the wall. Okay, that's really cute. I'm enjoying that a lot. Next, we shall move on and do the living room here. I'm debating whether I take out this wall or not to fit in the fireplace on this portion. I think I will, because I could do that and then put the fireplace on a little platform. I think that could be quite cute. I'll maybe use this brick from Horse Ranch as the base of where the fireplace goes. I do not know what that is called at this very moment, but we can do it like that. And then I need some foundation paint for here, just some sort of brick. I don't like that that has the white trim there, so we'll try and find something else. That one could work, like that. Or maybe the stone. Alright, just make it wood. In terms of fireplaces, a grand one would be quite nice, but this one from Cats and Dogs doesn't look very worn or old, so I'm kind of thinking this other one from Cats and Dogs. I like the height of this one. I think that's nice. Or we could use the Horse Ranch one. Maybe like that. Could change the stone or tile there. Okay, I think like that is nice. Should this be more brown? Maybe. Okay, that's cute. I like that. And then we will try and find a good it's not a dining room, living room set. Maybe, I mean, my first instinct would be the Cats and Dogs one because I like all the pillows. My other thought would be the basement one. I really like this one because I like the towels or blankets or whatever is draped over it. But I feel like I use it all the time. But I feel like this swatch would be so good. I like the striped one as well, but it's not quite the right color scheme. Also, this color of couch is so gorgeous. I would love to have this couch in real life. Or maybe the Horse Ranch one, but then once again, I feel like I'm breaching on farmhouse a little bit too much. Or if we want to go for the older look, since it is like a set of grandparents, I could try this one from University. I haven't used this one yet. It doesn't look the most comfortable, but I could add some pillows to it. I'm kind of feeling this one a bit more, but the blue isn't exactly what I'm looking for. I could go for this instead, or honestly just the white one. Maybe I'll try the white one. I don't typically use this version of this sofa, like this swatch at least, so maybe it's acceptable and I can get away with it, but you guys might be sick of me using it by now. But I feel like I haven't used it in any recent videos, so it honestly might not be too bad. Oh, I could give them one of the old recliners as well. That could be cute. I like any of the furniture that just looks older and worn. I imagine that like these grandparents, they didn't expect to have the grandkids come live with them, so the house isn't maybe in the best shape. Like they've just kind of gotten used to how their house is, and then now they have company, so they might slowly start upgrading things. But I think picking some older, more worn furniture will be nice. I'm between these two chairs. I'm gonna go with this one because I like that it matches the wood tone a little bit better there. I'm also unsure on if I will put a TV in here or not. Maybe I have a small one off to the corner here, just like a little box TV. I don't want to put one on top of the fireplace because I don't think they would have something like that. I could put a little coffee table, but I feel like that's a little bit tight for the space, so we'll just do this small thing on the side. Oh, this would have been fun to add. Could I still add it somehow? Maybe if I put it in this corner and then the chair went over here. No, I don't love that. We won't be able to use that for this. I just want a smaller side table for me to be able to put the TV on. Also, I apologize. I shifted in my chair and it squeaked a lot because it's a little bit, I feel like it needs to be oiled or something. Every time I move in this chair it squeaks now, and it didn't used to do that, so that's something I should get on. But in terms of side tables, I could use this horse ranch one. I kind of like the look of this one from Cats and Dogs. I like that it looks painted and it's kind of chipping. The blue version could be nice, or we could do the brown or just the white. I'll try this one here. I think it might help tie in some of these other colors. And then for the TV, I could use this basement one, or I could use this one. I think we'll go with the basement treasures one because it definitely looks more worn. Maybe I won't. Actually, I do like the more worn version. We'll go with that. I wonder. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try it. We'll find a different rug. I've already used a werewolves one, so I'm not entirely sure I want to use another. I could use a Strangerville one. I think that's kind of nice. I like the more neutral tones in this room because, again, I think it feels a bit more realistic. I'm actually really liking this rug. Well, I would say that this is coming together kind of seamlessly. A bit suspicious. Maybe I'll use this werewolves lamp on the corner here with the patchwork. I think the cooler tone could work, and then tie in some of that mint again. And for this like wall here, if there is going to be a kid in this house, maybe I could put one of those drawing activity tables, or maybe just some toys. I could use this toy box here from Growing Together because I know it has some more worn swatches. I'll do this one here with the rocking horse. And I could put a dollhouse as well because with the size of that kid's room, I'm not going to be able to fit a lot, if any, toys in there. So we'll put the toys on this bottom floor. And also, if you size down dollhouses, they are still functional. So if you're ever finding that they're a little bit large, because this is like literally taking up a 2x3 tile room, you can size them down and they will still work. So we'll do it like that. I'm gonna rotate it a bit. I know it's kind of off the back there, but I think I like that positioning better. I'm wondering if I put a plant behind it, but I'm not sure if that would look great or make much sense. No, I think I'll leave it. Do the light there. I'll also need curtains for this room. I actually think I could pull... I'll move the radiator. I know I just covered it, but I could do it like that and then fit a coffee table. We can put the radiator on the side here. And then a coffee table in the middle. I'm not sure which one though. There's a horse ranch one. There's this new one from Businesses and Hobbies that has some really nice wood textures. Perhaps I could do that. I could do just a white one. I need some more of those like mint accents, and I need that in the decor. Could maybe take this plant pot which has the blue in it, and then let's look at what we have for clutter with that tealy mint sort of color scheme. There is like this, which looks like the kids could have made it for their grandparents, which is cute. Perhaps I'll put that on the fireplace. Oh, I have this little trinket item I could put up here. I'm pretty sure there's a version, like a mint version for that. I'm gonna make it fill up all the slots so it stops snapping. Oops. I'm gonna pull this away and I'll put another one there, and then I should be able to just freely place it. I also feel a sneeze coming, so I'm gonna pause the recording for a sec. Actually, it just disappeared the minute I said that, so never mind. And I'm also not finding a mint swatch, so I'm gonna use this yellow one here. I have to think of what else I might want to put on the mantle. Some pictures for sure, once I find them, like these ones here. Oops. Oops, I just stuck that in the wall. Maybe I'll use the apple one as well. I'm still waiting for the day that we have more of these stand-up photos with like portraits or something, or like vague family photos, because I know we have the one with the soccer team, but there's only so many times we can use that. So I'm really just holding out. I really wish they would add that in a pack very soon. I'll use this vase as well. I could put some board games on the table here. And maybe some books. Like the teenager has been studying in here or something. I wonder, I might put the umbrella rack in this corner here. I always forget to add those into my builds. But if you have seasons, that's what it comes with, because when it rains, your Sims can use umbrellas. I could also put in this little trolley here. Don't know where though. Oh, maybe in the dining room? Maybe their dining room is just kind of like storage. They just kind of put everything in here. Do that. Or if we're gonna go with the studying look, maybe I use the open notebook instead. Or I use both. Do that there. This, and then the board games there, and then we'll center the table. Okay, I might need to shift everything up a bit because I want the table to be centered with the rug, and I like where the rug is right now. So we'll do it like this, and then shift it slightly. Okay, that's like a lot of book stuff on the table though. I might need some variation there. Maybe a candle could be nice. If we go to lighting. Oh, but I need the table lamps. We can use this one from the backyard stuff pack. I'll put the plant there. I'm gonna kind of rotate the books like this, and then the candle will be there. And I also want to go into debug and get the TV remote. And maybe we could throw another pen on the table. And a pencil. Just to make it look even messier. This is like falling off the table, so I actually need to adjust that. This. Well, okay, I do it like that. The pencil will need to move. If I could even select it. Okay, pencil. And then we'll decorate a little bit of the mantle as well. Put the pot there. And then I will size up one of these pictures. Ooh, that's actually way too big. I might just end up using one of the pictures. And we'll do it like this. And then I'll delete all the little placeholder ones I had. And adjust the colors. Like that. And then I'm gonna find some curtains for the walls and maybe a picture or two. In terms of curtains, I don't think I want to match the ones that I used in the dining room because I don't want everything to feel too matchy-matchy. We could use these ones. Maybe I should try and bring in some of the mint colors with the curtains. There's this with like the plaid version, but I don't love that. There's these ones from Growing Together, but I'm not sure the pattern's what I want, and the plain version doesn't quite fit it. What does Seasons have? Okay, that's awful. I don't want that at all. I need a subtle mint color. Oh, maybe these Desert Luxe ones. Like, they kind of have what I need, but at the same time, they don't look old enough. This is a little bit tricky. Maybe I use these cottage living ones in the end. So I can make them small enough where it's just like a hint of that teal color to kind of bring it in. I think that works. And then on this wall we will put a picture, and same on this wall. And perhaps somewhere like this corner could have a cobweb right there. And maybe also a scrape or two. Oh, maybe I could put the pet bed in here for the dog or whatever pet you think this family should have. I'll use the, oh, I don't know if I'll use the big bed. I'll use the small bed just in the corner here. Oh, I could also bring in the teal with that. I could do the settler one. I think I'll go with this one though, so it ties in a little bit more. And then we need the wall decor. I'm not sure. Maybe I could use like a wall item on there and then a painting on here. Also, I think it'd be fun to put garlic in the kitchen, so I'm gonna add that before I forget. Don't know what would go best in here. Oh, maybe one of these from Strangerville. They're definitely on the more vintage looking end. We'll do... I don't think I should use another landscape because I have one right over there. So maybe one with the cars or the planes. I'll do this plain one, I think. And once again, I'm going to rotate it a little bit. I'm going to do -3. And that way it should go in the opposite direction of that one. And I would also like to add just a little scrape, maybe down here from where it's shifted. And we could also add a little like scuff of wood, maybe that they were trying to hide with the picture. And then on this side, oh, maybe we could do a bookshelf actually. I could bring the radiator perhaps more this way and bring the pet bed out, and then a bookshelf could go right there. I don't know if it's going to stick out too much right beside the archway, but I do have a little bit of room to shift that over. So let's see what we can find. I could use the Basement Treasures one because I like that it's got that slanted board, but it's a little bit empty in terms of clutter. I could try this one from University, but I don't think it's quite what I want. None of these are really speaking to me. Maybe this cats and dogs one? No. Oh, this is a smaller one from Cats and Dogs. That could work. I do it in the gray again, because that seems to be the wood tone I'm going with. Is it too fancy looking though? What if I use this one instead? This is a nice option because it's a bit more slender, so it kind of fits in there quite well. Or there's this from Discover University I could try, but this looks more like something you find in an office or a library. That's base game. There's this one. If I'm honest, none of them really speak to me. I don't mind this one actually. I like it with more of the trinkets than the books. Maybe we'll go ahead and try that. And then on this side here, maybe I will put a painting instead of wall art. But I don't want to get bored of the paintings. I'm just not sure if there's wall art that works. Oh, I guess there's these old pictures from Discover University that could be fun to use. I'll use like 2 of those, and I'll rotate them a little bit, like 1 and -2. I think that's cute. We'll go ahead and use that, and I think that sums up the living room. Now before we move on to the kitchen and the rest of the house, I think I'm actually going to go ahead and take a break, and then I will be right back. Okay, I have taken my break, I'm back, and I'm ready to continue on. I'm thinking this should be like the last section of the video. I'm gonna try my best not to take another break because I kind of want to get through this because we're so close to the finish line. So we're gonna go back and start doing the kitchen now. I think a counter that I would like to use could be this base game one, but I feel as though I use this maybe a little bit too often, but I just think it's one of the nicer ones that we have in the game, and it always feels like a classic family home one to me. But I think perhaps I should branch out. I know I used this one in one of my more recent videos. This one's from Vampires, which is kind of a more upgraded version of this one, I guess, but the swatches for it are very limited. And I don't really see the other ones working the best in this space, so I think we'll get rid of those. We could try these ones, or that's definitely too modern. Same with these newer base game ones that got added. Maybe these ones are a better option. We could even use like the grimier version from City Living. Let's just kind of take a look at all of them and assess. I feel like these Horse Ranch ones are too rustic for what I'm going for. Unless maybe I go with like that kind of color scheme. But even that doesn't feel like quite the right vibes. What if I did blue counters? Or I could do the teal ones. Or I was thinking maybe this, but I'm a little on the fence about it. I didn't realize these ones came with like wooden countertop versions. That's kind of nice. I actually never noticed that, because then I feel like these could be a bit more versatile, because when you have just these stone ones, I find they look slightly cheaper, but with the wooden countertops, I feel like that looks really nice. I'm gonna keep this one in right over there just in case, because I feel like that could look nice. This is like the more cheaper version of that one, I'd say. Then we have these ones from Parenthood, which I do like, but I'm not sure there's a color scheme. Oh, I guess I could use the gray version actually. That might help keep it a bit more consistent with everything else I have going on. Or there's the Jungle Adventure ones. Those ones have a gray countertop, which could maybe work, but I don't think the style is exactly what I want. Let me do like 2 of each of these and we'll see if either of them are kind of what I want. I'd say I'm not in love with these ones. Oops, I deleted my radiator. I don't like those ones too much. I would say it's down to these 2. I don't think that's exactly what I want. I'm gonna try these. Hopefully I can make them work. I'm not really sure I'm sold, but we'll try them for now. and see how they turn out. I gotta think about the orientation, because if we look at this, this is actually like a really big kitchen. So I have to think about how I want to lay it out. Like we would do counters all along that way, and then maybe like an island. Or we take some counters and wrap it around this way as well. We can still have the little island here. But then what would I put back here? I'm kind of think I could make this into a bit of a shed situation. Like I could block it off like that. Maybe we get rid of the island. This can be the kitchen, and then back here could turn into where they might have some storage for like their yard and stuff. Basically like the mud room, except it's not what you walk into, if that makes sense. Or alternatively, get rid of that. We draw the wall out like this, and then we have the storage, and the kitchen is in here. Once again, I feel like that makes the kitchen too long. But though I could put like a little eating nook here, and then have my storage room over there. I don't think that's a terrible idea. We could try, let's try putting the little breakfast nook here. Again, this is just going to be placeholder furniture. We could have it like that. And then in terms of the counters, we could turn this into a corner piece. And then we could put like an archway here. And then I don't know if the archway, if I like the archway. I almost want it to be a door, but I was thinking of putting, there's this storage shelf that we have from Strangerville that I was thinking of putting on here to make it feel like the sort of mudroom feel. So I could use that one, or I could also take a look at what came with the new kit from the restoration kit, because I think they have a couple good shelving units. Yeah, like we have this little thing here. We have a woodworking table, which probably wouldn't hurt to add. Ooh, or we have this, which I like. It looks like it could be actively in use. If I want to use some stuff from the new kit though, I think I will opt to divide the room like this. So you walk into the kitchen, and then you can have like the workshop back here that maybe one of the grandparents uses. And maybe that's how they make their money. I'm almost wondering if they're some kind of mechanic or like woodsmith, because I think that could be a kind of fun thing to explore in this room. I also just kind of want to use the new pack a bit more because I really like the items that we got with it. So I'll leave that in there for now, just as a reminder of what I want that room to be. And then we can also switch out the door. I kind of want to use this one to match the windows we used in the dining room. I could use the brown version, which might be nice, because I think, yeah, I've been using brown doors. So let me go ahead and use that, because I think that could be cute. I like it like that. I don't know if it needs to be centered though. I almost feel like I could put it off to the side maybe. Well, I guess we'll have to see what works best for spacing, but for now we'll just focus on doing the kitchen. And now that we have like a bit of a smaller kitchen, I think I'm liking these counters a bit more in this space. Maybe this these plates should go in the dining room instead. I'm not sure they're working in the kitchen, but I think we could probably put the matching cabinets to go with these cupboards. Or yeah, that's a cabinet, this is a cupboard, right? I think so. The matching ones would be not that one. Oh, that's very interesting. I feel like these must have gotten, like, I know we got new swatches at some point, but I feel like all these ones on the side are even newer, because I don't remember having like this variation. This is very interesting. It just looks like stone. It's quite interesting, for lack of a better word. Maybe I could use the wooden swatch here. I don't know if that looks a little bit too modern. I don't know if it looks modern or more like the less detail makes it seem a bit more affordable, if that makes sense, if you follow that train of thinking. But I'm not loving the combination of those, so I think I'm gonna mix and match, and I'll use these base game cabinets instead, and I'll use the half tile ones for over the window. I think this part will just be left empty. I'll put the fridge in this corner because I don't really want to cut it off in this section of the room. And I also think I'll put a tile behind here. But in terms of utilities, let's put the fridge in. I'm not sure which one. Oh, I think I'll use this one from the new kitchen kit, the kitchen clutter kit, because it has all of the cute little posters and sticky notes and stuff on the fridge. I might even use the tool mod to make it slightly larger so that it fits the space a little bit better. I'm gonna try maybe 1.2. Okay, I think that's a little bit too large, so maybe we'll try 1.1. Yeah, I think that works. It's definitely more of a modern looking fridge, but I'm not sure I mind too much just because I really like all the little sticky notes and whatnot on it. Maybe I'll opt for this one instead. And then we have the garlic. I'd like the garlic and the dried herbs. I'm also wondering if I should put like a garden out here. I could hide it in the back, maybe a couple of planters or something. I'm not sure. I really like how the exterior looks as is, so I'm not going to touch it, but I definitely think that's something you guys could add if you were interested in. I'm also going to use this sink with the dishes in it because I think it's really gorgeous and I can't resist. I just feel like these two items just add like a good touch of realism into your kitchens. So very grateful to that kit because I think it's kind of helping this come alive even with minimal decorations right now. I'm not sure I'll put a dishwasher. I feel like it's an older home, so I feel like they might do it by hand. I could put like a stand mixer. Maybe one of the grandparents likes to bake or something. We could put, well, I guess we need an oven, so maybe we should get on that first. I think the oven will just go right here. I almost wonder about using one of the newer ones that look old from the restoration kit. Oh, I could use this mint one to kind of tie in the mint colors we have all around. Or honestly, maybe just the white one is nice. Or that's too modern looking. Or we could just use like this classic one, but I think if I use this, I could put it on the end here. That might be nice. I'm gonna put the phone there for now. This phone isn't functional, by the way, so it doesn't really matter where I put it because like your Sims can't even use it. But I'll just put it there for now. I have to think about this stove. Do I want it to have this color scheme or do I want it to just be neutral? I'm gonna try just the neutral version and then we can add those mint accents elsewhere. And I haven't had the chance to use this stove yet, so I'm gonna try it. It's definitely, I know some people don't love the sizing of it. It definitely is an awkward sizing, but I think the style of it works for this house since it is an older looking house. It makes sense they'd have like an older stove. Maybe they've replaced the fridge, but they haven't been able to replace the stove yet. And I'm also gonna put in a fire alarm, smoke detector thing. Let's find some good tiling for the back though. I definitely want something that looks older and a bit more worn. This definitely doesn't look older. That's from the sleek bathroom kit. That tile is so gorgeous, but it's not exactly what I'm going for. I do have this one here. Also, my column got deleted, so I'm gonna add that back. We have I really like these two tiles from Parenthood. but I just need to see if either of them come in a color scheme that works with this house. I feel like that's a little bit too vibrant. This one feels a little bit too warm. I mean, that could work. It's not my favorite though. There's this green one which I like to use sometimes. This one has that subtle hint of that mintier color I've been using, which would be okay, but it feels maybe too soft. I'm not sure what else I could go for. There is these tiles from Jungle Adventure with a very worn version of them. Just have to figure out which category they're in because I'm not entirely sure. Like, I know there's these ones, but those are not what I'm thinking of. Okay, that's tile. Wallpaper, no. Paint, also no. Paneling, also no. Masonry, also no. Rock and stone, also no. So, okay, I think we're just gonna have to filter by pack, which I should really do a lot more often. I think I've been getting better with doing that. I just always forget to do it, and honestly sometimes I'm lazy, but it ends up taking longer not doing that in the end sometimes. Okay, I think these are the ones I'm looking at or looking for. Like they come with that grime on the top there. I just need to, okay, so these are all the grimy versions, I think. Okay, wait. Let's see, that's a grimy version, that's a grimy version. That's the same one. That's a cleaner version. Clean version, clean, clean, clean. Okay, so I think the only grimy options are this yellow one and this blue one. I think the blue might be a bit more subtler, or subtle. I don't think subtler is a word. Than the yellow. I don't think the yellow is exactly what I want. But I don't really know if I want a blue wall either. But I do like the grime that it adds. I think perhaps we'll just find a tile and add our own grime to it with those wall decals. I haven't used these Home Chef Hustle backsplashes yet, but I think these look too new to add. So those are probably out of the question. Maybe this diagonal one could work. That definitely feels a bit dated. I might even go with gray instead, because I think that would match the house here. Though we do have a lot of warm tones going on in this room. I almost wonder if I should switch this to like a cool light so that everything kind of matches a bit better. And I think I will. I think that works. I could also use this base game one. It's kind of ugly, but I also like it because it feels kind of realistic. But I think I'm not sure I can endure that one today. There's this brown one. See, this is why I cut out wallpaper and flooring, because it takes me so stupidly long to figure out which one I want. What's this one? That's just brown tile. I think I will go for something gray. Just not sure which one. Or actually, maybe I'll use these baby tiles from Jungle Adventure. I do like these, but once again, it's feeling a bit warm, so I'm gonna switch the lighting to cool in this room, and hopefully that will help unify everything. And maybe I'll do a tile on the floor as well. I'm just not sure which one yet. Yeah, I think that as tile might be nice. Honestly, I might do this whole floor as tile. Ooh, I like that. I like that you come down from the wood and then enter the tile. And then the tile makes sense with this being more of like a side shed that maybe they've converted into a kitchen or something. So that could work. I don't think this is the tile I want to use though. Or actually it could be. That's a bit purpley. I could use the stone. It's very brown in this corner here now though. I do like it that it comes with these dirtier versions. So maybe I'll do that and then actually in the end go with a gray tile for the backsplash of the kitchen. Yeah, that's just straight up stone with it, which I don't think I want. I do think I want it to be a tile. Just need the right one. Or honestly, maybe instead of gray, I just do white. Yeah, just some white tile. Okay, that's gonna work well. And I need a range hood for above the stove. I need an older looking one. I was thinking maybe one of these. Or maybe this one feels, well, it feels a little bit more industrial than realistic. There's this one, but that's very modern. There's this one. I don't really know if I'm loving any of these, truth be told. I could try that one, but again, it's not my favorite. What if I tried this and then just added a counter to it? Because I think maybe it just looks weird when it's on its own or not in between any cabinets. Let me actually take the smaller version of it and tuck it under the cabinet and see how I feel about that. Oh, also I might want to add the garlic hanging instead of this one. Why can't I find the smaller version right now? That's for a taller wall height. I just want the short, normal version. Is it displaying like that because my walls are taller? Not sure I've ever had this happen before. Well, regardless, I think we can go with this one. I'll make it that darker color. I like that it's got that chip of paint there. Could go like this and then tuck it in. In which case I might switch the color out then. Okay, that's gonna be the kitchen setup that we have. I will. Is this supposed to hang from the roof or the wall? I think the roof, but I don't mind it hanging from the wall. We'll do it like that. And that's the base of our kitchen. And then now we can go ahead and clutter because I think that it's about time. I've been fussing with the basics long enough, but first let me add a trash can. I'm gonna use one of my favorite ones from Get Together because I like that you can see the trash bag on it. I don't know why I love that so much. It just feels like a nice realistic detail. And maybe I could actually put this trash can from Businesses and Hobbies out here because it comes with these dingier versions. I'm just gonna tuck it in the back there, that green one. Oh, and I should also add the pet bowls over here. I will tuck this radiator more into the corner and then I'll put the pet bowls here. I'm not going to use the automatically filled ones because I think it's not as realistic for this style of house. So we'll go with that, and we can also put down a little mat underneath it. And I'm putting this little debug bird food. I know it's bird food, not pet food, but I'm going to put it there just because I think it's cute to look like they have just finished pouring out the food. And then I want to put a little mat underneath the pet bowls just to add or make it feel a bit more part of the environment. So I'm gonna use the one from Cats and Dogs. You don't need two of them, by the way. I just always add two because I feel like one's food and one's water. So I usually use one with the fish and one with the bone because I think like fish are in water and whatnot, and then bones for the food. And I almost wonder if I could take some of these new rugs, or they're not they're in the rug category, but they're like the floor details. I wonder if I sized it down, if it would look like some food had gotten onto the mat, which I kind of like. And maybe I could size down a watermark and make it look like water got onto the mat as well. Let's see. Okay, that's fun. I mean, I'm not sure anyone else is gonna notice it, but I think it makes me happy, so I'm gonna leave that. And then I also want to put some shoes in this corner because it's a mudroom area, so I think that would make sense. And I'm also gonna take a sip of water while I scroll for the shoes. Okay, here are the shoes here. Hopefully you didn't hear my chugging of the water. I think I'll just use these ones and maybe the boot version. If I can find, oh, maybe I could use, I just don't like the heels on the end. I don't really want those as an addition. Oh, this is the little storage cubby I was thinking of that we could put in the work shed. You know what else might be fun? I know I'm in the midst of decorating, but maybe if we have a door on the outside, like one that led to the backyard from here, or is that maybe too much? What if you could only access it from the outside and that was more of like the garage area? No, I think I'll leave it like this because I've kind of made it so that the back of the lot isn't entirely functional, or it might be functional but not as accessible, at least in its appearance. So I think we'll just leave it like that. And if I find clutter I think works in there, I'm just gonna throw it in before I forget about it. Oh, I think I was gonna add some pillows to this couch. Once again, I'm all over the place. I should maybe do these finishing details off camera since I'm being so sporadic with it, but we will just add them anyways because I fear if I don't do it now I'll never do it. I'm not sure what color I want to go for. Okay, my apologies. I had to cut that kind of abruptly because my mom was on the phone and it was extremely loud, and I'm fairly certain that my mic picked it up. So where I have a door, or sorry, where I am recording, I don't have a door to separate myself from like my parents and the noise of the house. So I do apologize for that. I'm going to try looking into a new microphone just to see if I can kind of reduce the amount of noise pollution that I have going on in my videos. But I did just purchase a new computer, which I'm so excited about. I haven't even talked about that yet, but it's kind of a beast of a computer, and I'm really excited about it because I think it should make it easier to do some recording and like exporting. And I also play more games than just The Sims. I know there's always those memes of like girls getting the crazy gaming PCs just to play The Sims, which I mean, power to them, absolutely do that. I think there's absolutely nothing wrong with that, but I do play some higher performing games, or like things that take more of a toll on the performance of my computer. And so I think it's going to be really nice to have that. And I'm also going to start doing some more 3D modeling and stuff just based on what like the field I want to get into and whatnot. So I think it's going to be super good for that, and I'm very excited. But yeah, so a new microphone might have to be put on pause right now because that definitely, you know, it put a dent in the old wallet. So we might have to put a little bit of a pause on the upgrades for now. But I'm just pulling out some items to see what's gonna work for this kitchen situation. I want to use some of the stuff from the new kit, but I also fear that it might be too I guess new looking. I really like this bucket of cleaning supplies that we got from the new kitchen kit, so I'm gonna put that over there. But yeah, like I like this utensil holder, but I think it's a bit too new and clean looking, so I might go for some of the more older stuff, the more base game stuff, because I think that might suit what I'm going for a little bit better. But there is a couple things from the new pack that I can sneak in here. I don't know if I need this cutting board. I'm gonna leave, maybe this spice rack or something should go over there. I'm not entirely sure. Put that there maybe. This I'll have to leave one counter empty just so that things can function. Maybe I'll put the knife block over here. Is it snapping on top of the cutting board? Oh, it is. That's interesting. I didn't know things could do that actually. We'll put the knife block there. I'm just gonna get rid of the cutting board actually. And we have the scale here. I'll keep it in, well, that's a minty swatch, but it's not a very strong minty swatch, so I'm gonna switch it to blue. And then maybe I'll use these little, what are they? Jars. And I could put those on top of the fridge. They might be too cutesy though for what I'm going for. I think I want to use those new like plastic containers that we got because we can add those, yeah, these ones here, we can stack them and make them look like they've got like cereal or beans or something in it. So we'll try those. If I could find the tall version as well, because we got a short version and tall version. Here we go. Yeah, I think these are nice, and we'll just, using Control 9, raise them up onto the fridge here. I think I might use those instead of these jars because they feel more realistic to me and more sort of in the style that I want. Maybe I'll actually take 2 of these and stack them, and then I will raise those as well and just put them here. And now the fun part is picking the swatches of these. Maybe the large one can have some rice. We could put some whatever this stuff is, and then we can put some cereal in this small one. I'll put that in there. I think that could be a fun addition. Okay. Oh, right. This goes under like the miss category sometimes as like those miscellaneous shelving things or the things you can stack. So I'm gonna go back to all my kitchen decor and continue browsing. I would like to use a dish rack, I think. We have this one from For Rent, we have the one from Parenthood, and then there's also a new one from the kitchen kit. Yeah, this one. That one's okay. I'm not sure it's exactly what I want. I might use the Parenthood one, but I do like the sink clutter that comes with this pack, so let me try and find that. Yeah, this stuff here. I think that's a nice addition. I'll pull this out. Just kind of all place it so that it sits a bit better. I'll use the blue version again. This is gonna go over here, same with the oven mitts. Maybe we won't actually use a dish rack since there is like dishes in the sink, so you still get a similar vibe, I guess. Maybe I'd like to have it look like they're in the midst of cooking. This counter again has to be empty, so I gotta keep that in mind. I could put the things there. Yeah, I wouldn't mind it looking like they're currently cooking something. And then we could put this over here. We'll put this here. I also need to find a spice rack that I like, or maybe at least these salt and pepper shakers. I might just use the base game spice rack because I think that one definitely looks a bit more dated, just given the fact that it's like an older base game item. Or we could use the spinning one, but I think the wood on this just looks too new to me. There's that bluer version, but I think I'd prefer to use the base game one. Maybe I could put the dog treats in here. Could I size them down? Oh, I could put the dog treats on top of the fridge, actually. Yeah, like that. Oh, we could have a pot over here. Maybe the mortar and pestle as well. Maybe the mortar and pestle over here and the pot. We'll do the pot with the oven mitts right beside it here. I also want the one that looks a bit more charred on the bottom. I thought there was a version like that, but now I'm feeling as though I have been lied to. Okay, I guess I'll just keep it as the black version. We can put the mortar and pestle over here. There still needs to be like one other item in there. I'm thinking maybe a lamp on there. I always put lamps on my kitchen counters because that's what I'm used to having in my house, but I realize it might not be as universal as I might have thought it was. I feel like most people might tend to just use the overhead lights in the kitchen, which like my family and I tend to do when we're actually cooking, but when it's just like no one's actively in the kitchen, we prefer to keep like a lamp on instead, so that's why I usually add these. But I'm realizing that not everyone might do that. I think maybe this Discover University one could be good. It's a bit taller and more slender, so I think it would fit okay. Yeah, I think that works. Maybe we could even sneak in a plant, or I know there's those herbs from the new kitchen clutter kit, so we can perhaps add those in as well. Oh, I like these storage jars too. Shoot, there's just so much stuff I want to use from this pack. Oh, there's even the hanging fruit basket. Okay, give me these plants though, because I think these I for sure want to use. Then this jar, oh, I can put it right on there. I will use the pickled version. And then we'll leave this empty. I would like to have something that rests on the wall though, if I am going to leave that empty. So, oh, I think what I'd like to use is those herbs from Laundry Day, the dried ones. I'm not sure how far down in the menu they are, but I think those ones will work. Yeah, these ones here. Then it kind of goes with the garlic that I have above there. We could maybe even add a pot rack on the wall if I can find it. I know there's a base game one. I don't know if there's ones from other packs. Oh, there is this little shelf from the Home Chef Hustle kit. But again, a bit too modern for this build that I'm going for. Oh yeah, here are the pans I was thinking of. Maybe I could put those there and then the herbs above it, or should those go over the stove? Yeah, I'll do it like that. I think that gives like enough depth to the wall to make it feel interesting and like hide the fact that there's no clutter on this counter. And yeah, oh, I was gonna add a couple of like scuffs onto these back tiles here. So I wonder about putting some cobwebs in the corner there on that kitchen cabinet, and maybe some water drips as well. Maybe even a crack here. Maybe there's like a failed mount job. We could even rotate it to kind of push that idea. Like if the rack didn't go up too perfectly, or maybe it's gotten nudged over time. Okay, I think that works. Yeah, I think this looks nice for now. I'm gonna leave it as is do I put a bit of a rug? Maybe I'll put a bit of a rug over here, just on the entrance area. Maybe this circle one could be nice. And perhaps in this cooler tone. And now I think we could move on into this little workshop thing, but first, I forgot to add the curtains. Sorry, I had to pause the recording again. But what I was saying is that I feel like every single time I say like, oh, we can move on to the next room, I always end up like staying in the room I was currently working on, because I always remember like one last thing I have to do before I can move on. I think I'm gonna go with these curtains from Cats and Dogs for the kitchen windows there. I'll do that. And then in terms of the workshop here, I don't want to use all restoration stuff because I kind of did that in the last garage that I did. So I'm gonna try mix and match, but I do want to take a peek at some things I might want to explore again. Like, I think this shelving unit could definitely be nice. I like the grayer version. This one. I wonder if I'll put a sink in here or not. I'll definitely add this storage container here. I can even stack them, which is nice. And once again, they all come in some grimier versions, which I love. And oh, I haven't put the stand-up fan anywhere. Maybe I could put that upstairs in their bedroom. And I could put this little box of items here. Maybe I should put the woodworking table in here to make this room have a bit more function. Oops, that's not what I kind of want to take these. I wonder if I put this shelf all the way against the wall. I could have the woodworking table here, just against this wall area. And then since none of this is actually functional, we can just put this clutter on the corner. Okay, if this is going to be a white shelf, then I think this should be maybe a colored woodworking table. I might try this one here. But then it feels a little too matchy with this green thing. So maybe we'll actually go for this lighter wood there. And then instead of having that over the woodworking table, I'm going to put it here so that it kind of covers up that leaf situation. And I'm going to add some scuffs and scrapes on the bottom here. I might do this more like paint splatter look. And maybe I will switch out the lighting to be this rod instead. I think cool light makes sense though. We'll do it like that. And I am going to change the wallpaper because I want it to feel more rugged in here. I'm going to try this one here. And I think that's pretty perfect. There's not really much else I can add in here. I could maybe put a cobweb on the ceiling. And maybe over there as well, and maybe some scrapes on the wall. But aside from that, I think that's pretty much good for this little workshop area. Okay, so you might notice that a couple of things are maybe different now. From that last recording, I have factory reset my PC and like reinstalled everything that I had, including The Sims, hence why everything is yellow again, mainly because I think my PC had some kind of virus or whatnot. So I am getting a new PC, so maybe it wasn't entirely necessary, but I was getting a little bit paranoid, so I factory reset it, and now there's a couple of things that are going to be different. I lost a good chunk of progress, but I'm gonna leave the recording as it was and I'll just rebuild it, so when it goes on the gallery it will be about the same. Yeah, so there's gonna be that. And also I had another thought, but I forgot what it was. But basically we're just gonna have to rebuild everything that I had. So we're gonna try that. I'm gonna try my best not to be frustrated. I have a general sense. Like there's not too much I have to rebuild. Like this top floor I was going to redo anyways because my footage quality wasn't the best. But the vibe I'm going for with this bathroom is going to be a under renovation or under construction one. I like the idea of it being a new addition to the house, like since the grandchildren have started to come and live with them. So I'm just gonna rebuild it from what I had from the original footage. And I do apologize if I am repeating anything I've said before, because like I might have think I've said something that I used in the old footage but maybe didn't touch on in this one, or like vice versa. So, you know, bear with me if you can. And also all these stars might be a little bit annoying to help me find everything. But the toilet I'm looking for right now is the one that we got from Get to Work, and it's like misty. Oh, it's because it's locked right now. Okay, so I don't really want to go through doing those cheats, so I'm just gonna pick something else. But basically the vibe for this bathroom is I want it to look like they've just kind of salvaged whatever parts they could from like a recent or nearby scrapyard or something, and maybe the teenager of this house is helping their grandparent fix it up. Because I'm thinking, given the fact that you will have seen in the footage, it's not here right now, but one of the grandparents I'm thinking is like a carpenter or a mechanic or a plumber, something in that like blue collar job sort of field. And I'm thinking that maybe the teenager that lives here is mentoring with them. So I'm gonna kind of go for that vibe, and I want them to be kind of working on rebuilding the bathroom together, which is why I have like this wallpaper and flooring and everything. And I'm using this tub from Strangerville, which looks like a hose with like a shower head attachment, and it's like a moldy tub and whatnot. So I think that's really good. Yeah, I really like that concept and whatnot, so that's what we're gonna go with. And I currently don't have any mods installed in my game because, like I said, I had to reinstall like the Sims 4 as a whole, and then I tried installing my mods, but then I couldn't get into a game, and it's just been a whole thing. And I just want to be able to get this video out for you guys, so there might be some slight details that I can't add that I might like to. For example, I'd love to make this curtain rod a little bit crooked, like the teenage sim that was here is, you know, trying to install things with their grandparent, but maybe they're not too good at it just yet. So that's something I'll try and do when I go down and rebuild the bottom floor, so that this can go in the gallery for you guys. But in the meantime, we'll just have to make do. I've gotten through a decent chunk of this video with the mods, so I don't think there should be too much loss. Like, it's just kind of the downstairs, and then like I said, this upstairs part I was gonna rebuild anyways. But yeah, hopefully you guys don't mind too much. This is something that should be resolved soon-ish. The videos might be slightly different from in terms of quality or visuals, I guess. They might be slightly different in the next couple weeks, just because I am getting my new PC, and until then, since I have factory reset my old one, I can no longer access the older versions of the editing program I used. So basically my template and whatnot is kind of messed up, so this video might even look a little bit different than what I usually use. So yeah, I do apologize for the little inconsistencies or whatnot, but hopefully the long play is still enjoyable. Like I said, most of this should be done in like its typical format, and if you find this portion of it less entertaining, you can skip off it. I will take no offense, but I want to be able to have something done for you guys because I want to be posting more regularly, and all of these little things are trying to make it so that that doesn't happen. But I am trying my best to stay calm and patient because this video is meant to be a relaxing video. So yeah, I'm gonna put a little rug in there. And also the reason I'm using this mirror is because I want it to feel like the grandchildren have kind of added in their own touches to this bathroom, and I think that'd be super cute. So that's good for the bathroom. We're gonna go ahead and move on into the first room, which is going to be for a child sim. I'm thinking a girl, but it can be whomever you want to live here. And I had the thought that maybe the furniture should look more like IKEA furniture, as if the grandparents just rushed out quickly to grab something for their grandchildren, because I'm kind of going with the idea that they have more recently moved in. I'm not entirely sure what's happened to their parents. I don't know if it's a tragedy or maybe if their parents just like skipped town and left them to their grandparents. You guys can tell me how sad we want to make this story, I guess. But yeah, basically I'm thinking they've kind of more recently moved in, not just moved in, but definitely they haven't been here for like years at a time. I'd say they've maybe been here a couple months. What I'm looking for right now is that high school years rug, because I wanted to use this, I wanted to use this swatch because I never use it, and I think it looks like an IKEA pattern to me. So we're going to use that. And this bed also is from Discover University and feels very IKEA furniture to me because it's kind of more on the simple side. So we're going to go with that. And then I wanted to add in a desk here as well. I was thinking of using the one from, I think I was going to use the high school years one, because there's a version that looks kind of hand painted, and I thought it would be cute if maybe one of the grandparents had tried to decorate it for the sim, or maybe gave the sim permission to paint it or whatnot. I wanted to use this one because I think maybe it's been a long time since they raised kids, and maybe they weren't even that close with the kids they raised, but they really want to do right by their grandchildren. So I think it's cute if they kind of go above and beyond to get the things that they think their grandchildren will like. So we're gonna go with this. I was also going to put a closet over here. I wanted to use this one from Horse Ranch because it's nice and, you know, slender, so it fits in that spot. I also think it'd be cute if we put in like a backpack and maybe a suitcase, just to kind of push the idea that they have kind of just moved in and are maybe still sort of unpacking. If I do it like this, I honestly am not sure I even need this dresser, because these suitcases act as a dresser for your Sims if you wanted it to be. But I guess I'll add it anyways, just for like a bit of height back there. And maybe I could put like a cobweb in here. Like, this room has been inactive for a bit. Now they're just starting to have some activity going on, and maybe I'll have a couple of scrapes on the wall, and then we could put up some posters to make it look like they're trying to cover said scrapes. I think I wanted to use just some of the base game ones, or honestly these Parenthood ones could be nice. I really like the arrangement of them, and I feel like that probably suits the color scheme a little bit. Or the other ones I was looking at were like this soccer one and this pop star one. Maybe I'll use those because I like the addition of the little thumbtacks in it. And then I also wanted to add the little debug garland from Seasons, but since I don't have Better Build and Buy installed right now, I don't actually have access to that, and I'm going through the whole debug menu when it's not organized with that mod is kind of frustrating to me, so I think we will just leave it out for now. But maybe we could add some other posters. I like this one from University because some of them look like they've been folded. I just pointed to my screen as if you guys could see that, but that you cannot. But you can see those kind of like crease marks in the poster. I kind of like the flamingo one. That's cute. It matches the color scheme. And I'm thinking, oh, I actually think I already mentioned this, but I'm thinking this is like a child sim that lives here, not a teenager. And then their I'm thinking teenage brother will be over here. Originally I was going to do a teenage girl, but I feel like I build for teenage girls a lot because I think their rooms are a lot more fun. But I'm going to try and branch out, and yeah, I think it'd be cute if the teenage son was mentoring under their grandparent. in terms of curtains, I think I was just gonna go with the base game one because I liked the swatch I could find. It had the stars on it. Oh, I guess I have to, yeah, I wanted to use this one. And then I was going to do the star version because I feel like the colors kind of matched and it feels a bit more youthful. And then we'll get a bunch of clutter for on top of the desk. I'd like to use some various craft stuff. Maybe I'll put that in the teenage bedroom. Yeah, I'm thinking some craft stuff, some journaling stuff, like all this stuff from growing together could be pretty good. I'd like to put some of these boxes up here, and there's another thing from the everyday clutter kit that I want to put in here. If I could find it. It's like that little plastic storage bin with also like the keepsake box. I know it to see it, but I am not seeing it. But I guess I just haven't gone down far enough yet. It's really hard when all of this stuff is like displaying as new. So I'm maybe a little bit slower in the menu than I typically am, but this is the one I was thinking of. Can add that in there. Just more storage to make it look like they're still in the process of unpacking. And for the desk, we just need a couple of other things. Maybe some books. I don't know. I do want to add in some activities as well. Oh, it could be cute to put like a little plushie on their bed. I'm thinking this little bear. This is just a base game one, but maybe we'll size them down and tuck them on the corner there. This should still be functional, but if not, you can just delete the bear. But I think it'd be cute if maybe their grandparents got it for this kid. And also, I'm not worrying too much about toys and whatnot because I did put those down here in the bottom, so I think that's okay for like, I guess, toy skill items. But I did want to add the skill item from, I think it's Parenthood. Yeah, this journal here, and then also the bracelet making kit from Growing Together. But I'm not entirely sure where that one is. Oh, here we are. Okay, and then this. And yeah, I think that's probably good for like activities there. Also, I realize I haven't done anything in regards to like tattoo work or like pottery with the new businesses and hobbies pack, so that's definitely something I need to get on because I do want to explore those skill items, and I think it'd be fun to make like an at-home pottery studio. So maybe that'll be something that comes up in the future. But for now, I'm going to look for a lamp that I think could work on this desk. I think this Parenthood one is cute because it comes in a couple of different swatches. I'll maybe use this pink one to match the rest of the room. And we'll also add a plant on here. Maybe these ones with the little smileys on it. Put that there. And the plants. And then we'll put all the craft supplies just tucked further back in the books. I'll leave the journal centered so that your sim could use it. And then we'll just tuck it like that. And then I'd also like to change the swatches of some of these things. Okay. I think that placement is fine. I'll use this pink one. I'm going for like the pink and blue color scheme, so maybe we'll use the blue unicorn. I like the ones with the faces, so I'm going to leave that. We'll change the book color to maybe this one. And then I like the friendship boxes yellow, so we'll keep that. And I guess I'll go with this journal cover. And I think that's good for this kid's room, unless I want to put something on this wall. I don't really know if they'd need a mirror. But maybe we could add this hard eyes one. It's just like the little cloud. I think that'd be cute. Maybe their grandparents got that for them as well. Okay, it's a very small kid's room, but I think it will do. And now we can move on into the teenage boy's bedroom. And I think, again, I might want to go with that IKEA kind of look for the bed and whatnot. But my other thinking is that I could use an older style of bed. And maybe this was the bed that the grandparents' kid used to sleep in. So like the grandchildren's parent used to have this bed, like this used to be their room. Hopefully that makes sense. I'm not sure if it does, but so there's those two kind of options we could go with, but I'm not sure which I want to go with. This one looks a bit more IKEA just because it's simple. Oh, maybe we use something old like this Discover University one. Maybe they haven't changed out the bedding to be updated or not yet. I'd really like if it was an older looking bed frame with more modern looking duvet covers, because then I feel like we could really get the vibe across that it's like old furniture, but now the teenager lives here. But I'm not sure we're gonna have much luck on that front. Yeah, I don't think that one. Maybe we could get away with this metal bed frame and just go the more quote-unquote IKEA route. I don't think I want to use this high school years bed. That feels a bit too decorative. Same with this one. I mean, this one could work as well, maybe. Again, this is Discover University. Actually, maybe I will go with this one, but with like the striped bedding, and we can just yeah, pretend it's IKEA furniture again, because it kind of looked like they would have been bought at the same time, unless I just used the exact same bed just with different bedding. Yeah, honestly I like that more. I think that's better, because then it really pushes the idea that they just went out and got all the furniture at the same time and they weren't necessarily prepared or planning on having them move in with them, if that makes sense. And then we'll find a rug. I don't know the style of rug I want. I feel like it could be kind of fun if maybe it was an older style of rug in here, but with a more modern looking bed. Because maybe this was an old rug they had and they just kind of left it in here. I think that could be cute. We'll get a desk for them as well. I'm not sure what kind of hobbies they'll have. We could give them this one, again from Discover University. It matches this as a set, which could work. I'm not sold on it though. I kind of feel like maybe using an older desk. Maybe they had everything but the bed ready for this sim. But how much sense does that make? I don't know. What would be... Maybe just this horse ranch one. It's definitely older looking. Maybe they tried to paint the legs for this sim to kind of make it feel a bit more modern for them. I don't know. I can't decide if I want it to feel old or not. Maybe this, okay, here's what I'm thinking. Maybe this used to be the office that the grandparents used, but now they've just put the bed in for the teenage sim, and they're still kind of in the process of replacing all the furniture, I guess, for this sim. So we'll add older items minus the bed to make it feel like it was an office, but now their office space has moved down there. And yeah, but in terms of skill items, I do think I like the idea of them being a bit more handy because their grandparents teaching them that, but I'm not sure what that means I should add in here. I could add like a guitar. I could add an older guitar. I could add maybe a soccer ball. I feel like putting a bike somewhere here would be good. We'll just put it outside somewhere. It keeps wanting to clip to where the platform is. do this one from businesses and hobbies and do it in the brown swatch. Maybe they've got a punching bag. I don't know, I'm just kind of putting in any skill item I find, but it might not be too accurate. Maybe if it feels like things are a bit chaotic in here, that could work, because they've just kind of added it as like it's leftover storage, I guess, that maybe they haven't found a home for. Maybe this was like the grandparents' punching bag, but now it's the Sims punching bag because they have nowhere else to put it. That could work as a concept. Maybe I'll move the desk over, because I think I would still like this stuff to be functional. So I'm gonna try my best to clear it. I might not have the bookshelf be functional since we already have one downstairs, so it's not too important that this one is usable. So I might end up just putting boxes and crates and whatnot. So once again, it just looks more like storage. I'd like to use those bins that we got from the restoration kit. I think that those would kind of fit the vibe that I'm going for. I'm gonna put this toolkit up here because I think it could work in both ways. Like, yes, it's storage, but also the sim is practicing their handiness skills, so they have like a little toolkit in here to kind of tinker with things. Oh, maybe I could give them this toolbox and whatnot on their desk to make it look like maybe this is their own toolkit they're building and they've been tinkering with something here. Maybe I'll put some old trophies up here instead of boxes, just to mix up the storage clutter. I wonder what's an item I could put here to make it look like they've been actively tinkering with something. I'm sure there's like some debug stuff, but once again, I don't have that menu open right now. Oh, we could put some old like workout or sport clutter in the corner there. And maybe, what's this? No. Let me try looking under a different decoration. Let's go in the miscellaneous decorations. Put a basketball in there. Paint cans, great. I'm gonna put a fan in here because that feels realistic to me. This is the top portion of the house, so I do imagine it might get a bit hotter, especially because it's an older style of house. I feel like they wouldn't have AC units. I just need something small to make it look like they've been actively working on something. The only thing I could think of is like there's this Strangerville table that has a couple of like potions and vials and whatnot, but that's like a whole table itself, which I'm not sure I want to use. I could put this seasons box up here that lets you add decorations to the exterior of your house. Okay, I'm not entirely sure where that Strangerville table is, but I'm gonna try and look for it and see if maybe it would be a better fit. So far, it's not here. I'm not sure it's a dining table. Oh, you know what? Let's do show all and then we'll filter by pack and hopefully we can find it that way. Oh, is it meant to be a debug item? Is that maybe why I can't find it? Let's go show all. We'll stay in the Strangerville category. Oh, here we go. Yeah, like there's this one or there's this one. This one looks like they're experimenting on some kind of alien thing, which maybe isn't what I want, but I could possibly cover that up with something to make it look like they're not messing with alien stuff. But the other option I just had based on this computer is we have some older versions of laptops, and maybe this is something they found at a thrift store, or I don't know, a pawn shop or something. Can you get laptops from pawn shops? I'm actually not sure. I've never been to one. But maybe it's an old laptop they found that they're trying to tinker with and kind of update, if you will. I'm also thinking I'm going to use this as the wall art in here because it feels very dated, and the fun thing about this one is that it actually moves when you're in lid mode. So I'm going to delete this table just because I don't think it's as practical as I want it to be, and we can just add our own little things onto the desk to make it look like they're in the midst of tinkering with an object. We could put maybe these are like blueprints or something. Oh, once again, I'm gonna put the suitcase in here as well so that it looks like they've just kind of moved in. We'll keep this little storage box. The old guitar. I guess we need a chair for them, don't we? Maybe we could use this older chair, or maybe there's a newer chair. I kind of like the contrast of like the old with the new. I'll make it orange. I feel like I kind of just went for this color scheme for a teenager room in like my 2010 household build, so apologies for the redundancy, but apparently I like blue and orange. Trying to look for more things to make it look like they could be tinkering, but I'm struggling to find the items that speak to me. How did I use this? I know this is a cookbook, but it might be fun if it's kind of their notes on how to fix certain things. Maybe they've taken notes with their grandparent to figure out what works, what doesn't. Can you tell I don't know anything about like mechanics or stuff like that? My go-to word is tinkering because I can't think of anything else. But I'm also not sure we have that many small items that lend themselves to this sort of category. Maybe they could be into tattooing. That could be an option. Or maybe I feel like this looks like more stuff that could kind of be related to this. Maybe they're trying to like paint their laptop. I don't know. I'm just going for objects that I think look cute at this point. We'll put a little taxi. Oh, I guess we could also put a light here. Actually, instead of the tattoo stuff, we'll put this little desk clutter from, I believe, high school years, and we'll put a taxi, we'll put a light, and I think it'll be good for the desk. Maybe we could use... I don't think I've used this lamp yet, this broken one, so maybe we could go ahead and use that. Just do the white version, and we'll just put it in the middle. Do it like that. Okay, I think that's cute. I like the amount of clutter we have going. I think it'll do quite nicely. I think I should add some curtains and then we can be good for this room. I don't know if I want to go for these blinds from Get to Work. They're kind of large and like really obstruct the window, so maybe I'll go for something smaller. Maybe I thought there was some... Oh yeah, these ones here. I think these could work. We can size them down and then it looks like they're pulled up, but they could easily pull them down to actually cover the whole window. I'll do them in this color. And I might also put some more like posters on the wall and stuff. Maybe there's some options in high school years we can check out. Maybe the periodic table? The periodic table seems most fitting to the sim right now, but I'm not sure I like the look of it, so I'm gonna keep hunting. What about some of these snowy escape ones? No. There could be another old picture in here. I think I have the plain one downstairs, like this one. Let me actually check. Okay, yeah, I have that one downstairs. Maybe up here we can have a car instead. It matches the color scheme pretty well, so I don't mind that. I like that it's just all the old photos from like what their grandparents had here before and they haven't really updated it. But maybe we could add one newish looking poster. Or like a poster that might be more suited to this sim. Let's check out this one. There is a racing one, which I think I will add. Because if they are going to be like a mechanic or like work on cars and whatnot, I think the theme I have going here works. Alright, so I think that's good for the teenagers room. So let's move on into the last room, which is going to be the grandparents room. So I'm thinking there's two of them, like a married couple, but the question is what bed to use. I'd like to go a lot older with the look of their room because I imagine they've probably been here for 50 years at least, living in this house. I feel like they probably got married pretty young and have just stayed here ever since. So there is this one. Oh, you know what? This one might be even better though. This cats and dogs one. This is one of my favorite beds to use. I just love the quilt work, but I think it works so well for like an older style of home. I could use this swatch because I have been going for like minty accents all throughout this house, so that could work. But there is also beds with that minty swatch, but more of a wood tone, which I like. I think I'll opt for this one here. I can use that as the bed. I'm not sure the orientation. Maybe I'll go for this. Oh, I also said I was going to add more windows to this room. Maybe we could use this one. I want to leave this side empty because I was trying to keep it accurate to the reference photo. So maybe we'll just do the two on the back there. And perhaps we will add an end table or two. I think these horse ranch ones could work. They definitely look older. And it kind of looks like it's a matching set, which feels accurate for grandparents to have. And then I'll need some art for their walls. Maybe this cottage living one. I could size it up. Perhaps this. Actually, maybe it's fine as the small version. I'm gonna look for blinds or curtains for over here. I feel like a much older style would work well here. Maybe we could bring back these cats and dogs ones. Maybe we could go with that green swatch. Oh, this one matches the bed quite perfectly. It's got the blue, but then also the green. So maybe we'll go with that. We also need a rug. Based on like the colors and the patterns I already have going, I don't think I want the rug to be anything too crazy. Maybe I'm kind of thinking of the one from Businesses and Hobbies, like this rug, but in like, yeah, one of these swatches. Or one that might be better could be the laundry day one, but just that simple version. This one here. Yeah, I think that's gonna work a little bit better. I'm gonna rotate it slightly. Do it like that. Well, the thing is, it doesn't actually fit the space too well. Okay, maybe we won't use that one. Let's try and find a different one. I liked that idea though. It just wasn't quite the right size. Maybe this university one is a better format. I'm just not sure they have great swatches for what I want. They don't have anything too generic. Like, I guess this one could work. I don't know if I love it. Maybe I'll just try and hide as much of that second square as possible. Could do it like that, I suppose. I'm also going to move the radiator onto this side, and then hopefully we can fit a dresser along here. Maybe this big hutch from Horse Ranch. Oh, I think that's definitely going to cut your Sims off, so perhaps I can't actually add that. There is this smaller base game one we could put in here. It's definitely older looking, and then we can add the hamper beside it. I didn't even think about switching out this hamper for a more plasticky looking one. I'll keep it with the black. And I think they will also have a fan, because I'd imagine maybe it'd get hot. So I won't put a fan in the kids' room because I'm not sure I actually have the space to even make that functional, so I'm just gonna leave it there. I'm not sure this fan is functional, but if I put it in the room, the other things aren't gonna be functional, so I'm gonna omit it from her room. Oh, we could maybe use this little blanket rack, which we got from base game update. Not, well, actually it might have been a little bit ago now. I was gonna say not too long ago, but based on I said based on, and then I just completely forgot the sentence I was gonna say, so I'm just gonna move on. I think we just need to clutter up the side tables and then we can basically be done. Let's go ahead and add, I don't even know. What does one put on a side table? I think cluttering side tables are not the most fun thing for me to do, because I always feel like I add the exact same items every single time. And it just gets a little bit repetitive sometimes. So I'm kind of struggling. I feel like we could put a telephone beside it maybe. So there's one upstairs, one downstairs. Maybe let's go into more of like the bathroom stuff. Oh my gosh, putting the dentures on the side would be really fun. I will get rid of those. We could put the dentures, maybe some lotion as well. A Kleenex box could work too. This is an alarm clock, but I don't really like the look of it for this room. We could just put a simple vase. Or what if we just do a plant and a lamp on this side? Maybe... Or maybe, just to save myself some trouble, we only do one side table and then the other has a plant in that corner. I might do that instead, because I really just don't want to decorate a second side table right now, if I'm honest. We're gonna put this, the lotion, the glasses, the dentures. Maybe I'll put multiples of things on this table if there's only going to be one of them. I could do it like that. I'd like these to be brown. And I'd also like the color of this to be different. Maybe we can put a standing lamp in that corner as well. Do I have any standing lamps around? I do not. Okay, I will go by function, lighting, floor lamps. Oh, we could try this businesses and hobbies one. I haven't used this yet, but I really like the shape of it. But I'm not sure I like the color variants. What if we tried... If I just do this simple base game one? Honestly, I think that works. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and call this done, this top floor and this whole building, honestly. I mean, I know I have to update these, but I'm gonna call it quits for here. Alright, so that is going to be it for today's long play. I really hope you guys enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun building this house despite the many technical difficulties I ran into while filming it. But when this goes on the gallery, it will be completely finished as you have seen it in the video. I just have to get to that. Believe me, I did try. I've tried several times, but my game kept crashing and then my computer kept crashing, and I can't wait for my new PC. Thank you guys so much for your patience. And as always, if you have any comments or suggestions or things you want to see me build, make sure you leave it in the comments down below, and hopefully I will see you all in my next one. Bye guys!